Родилася, виросла на Сході і досі там працюю. Що стосується журналістиці,
I was born and grew up in the East and I still work there. As for journalism and for the military journalism, so as of the beginning of the full-scale war, here today with you and again soon to the East, and despite me being the host today, I also would like to get a lot of meaningful information, so I'm wishing this to all of us. So let's greet each other with a round of applause. And in the beginning, I would like to give you some useful information that should be articulated on in case of air raid alert. We kindly ask you to stick to the safety measures and security rules, and this information that you're going to hear now, you will remember it, and then we will just use it. So room Donetsk, Luhansk, Mariupol, Berdyansk, and the activities in the main hall can continue their work. Kakhovka room that is on the second floor will transfer its work to the shelter, where the space has been equipped with the following indications for the organized continuation of the discussion. Yalta will cease its work for the time of the air raid alert and will restore it only after the air raid alert is off. I hope that today this won't happen, and as for the blackout, all we know what that is, and we also hope that everything will be all right, but in any case, we kindly ask you to stay in the room. We have additional sources of power, so maybe for 10 minutes the darkness will be there, but then it will be restored. And as for the simultaneous interpretation, all discussions from Donetsk room are guided with a simultaneous interpretation both into Ukrainian and English language. If you need to use translation to understand the speeches of English-speaking speakers, please take the headset and the entrance. And before we start, before we see here the speakers, the moderator of this panel that is going to take place in the main room on this stage, Donetsk Hall, I would like to tell you what will be happening in parallel, because you know that there are also Luhansk Hall, Mariupol Hall, Berdyansk Hall, and Kakhovka Hall. So in Luhansk, public interview Ukraine in the global world with Valery Charlie, Ukraine Justice Reporting Practical Workshop from IWPR in Mariupol Hall, Berdyansk Hall, How to Make Regional Investigative Journalism Mainstream in partnership with MDF, Media Development Foundation, and Kakhovka Hall, Why Debunking Fake News Does Not Reduce Its Impact and What Needs to Change in Approaches to Media Literacy. And let's also start, and with pleasure, using your applause, I would like to invite the moderator of the first discussion, Andrei Romanenko, journalist, member of the organizing committee of the Donbas Media Forum. Let's meet him. And the speakers of this panel, Diana Trima, Mariupol State University Director of the Center for Identity Preservation of the Temporarily Occupied Territories, Alexander Makogri, Deputy Director of the Department of Strategic Communications and Promotion of Ukrainian Culture, Head of the Department for the Promotion of Ukraine Abroad at the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications of Ukraine, Luba Yakimchuk, poet, screenwriter. Любов is a bit late, but she will join us. Oleg Saakyan, co-founder of the National Platform for Resilience and Cohesion, and Anatoly Gerasimchuk, president of the Kayala Charitable Foundation Mariupol, founder of the newspaper UA Argument. Let's meet for our speakers. We are waiting for Lyubov Yakimchuk. I'm sure she's going to join, and now I would like to give floor to the moderator, Mr. Andrei. Good day, or all present. My name is Andrei Romanenko. As it was already mentioned, I'm the member of the organizing committee of the Donbas Media Forum. For the third year in a row, I am moderating the panel and the discussion that is discussed to the topic, dedicated to the topic of the vision of the Donetsk region. And today we would like to speak about tangible, intangible heritage. What is the approach to it in the conditions when the cities are being destroyed, when tens of thousands of people are changing their place of living and they stay in occupation or die? And in general, how can this all help preserve identity of Donetsk region, and should we preserve it? Now, I would like to invite you to this discussion. I really want to actively engage the audience to this discussion, but we will start with the following. So currently, after 11 years of Russian invasion, after 3 years of full-scale war, is there something to preserve? And what do we preserve from cultural heritage that is in Donetsk region and that was in Donetsk region? So let's do it voluntarily. I will start. So is it worth preserving? Yes. Donetsk had different historic events in the course of the history, but that is history, and that's people, and Priazovia is a big number of the displaced Greeks, and not only industrial region that had a lot of trade relationship, the sea, all of this has shaped its layer of people of different nationalities, of different professions, and the specific local landscape. And this is the 11th year of war. We have the experience of 2014, and 2022 has shown to us that 2014 we didn't draw many conclusions ever since. And there are displaced institutions and cultural institutions on the government-controlled territory. We have survived this case in 2014. We speak about Donetsk region. We lost certain number of cultural institutions that were not displaced. And this way, the region has become poorer. I'm speaking about the conservatoire, a musical one, and other establishments that were part of the culture sphere, and culture is shaping identity, and that it was the intelligence layer of people. It was a bit lost. So from the period from 2014 until 2022, we have been through certain losses, and then 2022 we again have an active phase, a very active phase, and a lot of displaced people who still, according to legislation of Ukraine, have no definition what is the relocated cultural establishments. So they continue existing in the way that they found, and the way it has been organized by the head of the institution, by the manager of the institution. So this is the staff, members of staff, and the institutional memory of the regions, the bearers of the information that have been discarded not only all over Ukraine, but also abroad. Time flies, of course, every day. We don't benefit from this because a lot of time is passing, and we don't have the general base that would unite these people, where we could aim it all. So the situation is like this. We speak about culture and that it's worth preserving it, and we have those who we can preserve. Okay, thank you. Oleg also wanted to say something. So yes, I'll be brief. As far as I understand, this is the introductory part. And what do we preserve? Well, first of all, it is necessary to preserve, because in conditions of war, for us, it is vitally important to set priorities correctly. I mean, the strategic, tactical, and operational. And culture is one of the strategic priorities, which exists across time, and that provides for the opportunities for the preservation of this field. But another thing is that during the war, many other things are happening, and for us it matters so much to have our narrative on what is happening now. The war is ongoing ever since 2014, and we are to have the description of our own artifacts and myth of this war, and our own pondering, not only on all national discourse, but to have the regional view, right now, the overview of the occupied territories here on the government-controlled territories. And it also matters to us to shape the framework and narrative of how this war is being described, both externally and internally. And of course, here international activity matters a lot, because this matters to us from the point of view how it is perceived in the world, because Russia is constantly working on creating narrative of the war all the time, and they create it as the artificial reality, and they gamify the battlefield. So often the reality is created before it starts being shaped by the military ways. For example, we have legally joined territories occupied by Russian Federation, like Zaporizhia and Kherson region, where they only have some parts of it occupied. But from the point of view of their myth, and even of the way it's legally bound, they are trying to tell again that they control and that they have gotten all of these territories. So in this competition, the question is not, should we preserve culture, should we not? We are to work on the archaeology of the future based on that. Thank you. Lyubov is here, and I will repeat my question especially for you. Has anything remained after 11 years of war and 3 years of full-scale invasion from cultural heritage of the Donetsk region, if not everything has been destroyed there? And what do you say we should preserve? As far as I understand, you're talking about the tangible, yes, cultural heritage, so the sites that exist in that area, or do you speak in general? Because I represent literature, and if to speak in general, that of course we are to preserve everything we can in these conditions. And if to speak about literature that I represent, that it's the easiest way, because we can preserve texts on government-controlled territory of Ukraine. And speaking about these texts, apart from preserving them, we also are to include the eastern part of Ukraine that is occupied and the southern part of Ukraine that is occupied into the general narrative of Ukrainian cultural map. And here I mean the following. Many books are being written now, many films are being shot right now about this, and that's really great. But in my opinion, there's a problem in media, because media, speaking about the situation in general, not only about cultural, but about social, political state, they do not highlight enough of what is happening on the occupied territories. Even me, who is not working with it directly, I can also trace and see how people are repressed there, how new political prisoners appear. And unfortunately, this information doesn't occur in the Ukrainian media, or very little of it. So speaking about cultural situation in general, and language is the bearer of the culture, and the language is used by media. So speaking about this, we are to construe our common history, and that's something the previous speaker referred to. We are to build up the common narration in all dimensions. So if we talk about museums, we are to, of course, digitalize things that we didn't manage to do. We are to preserve at least photos. And if we talk about park of Skiv women that was near Luhansk University, unfortunately, we can't do anything about it, or other museums. But if we talk about literature and media, how we talk about this and the way we describe it, we are to put all efforts not to avoid talking about problems on these territories. And in Luhansk, for example, as I was preparing for this, and I Googled what happened there, I used the local publics. The situation there is similar to Donetsk. They both, in Luhansk, there's no water supply, and they have lines for water delivery. Do we know anything about this here? No. Do we know about things that are happening to our museums there, to Skiv Park? We don't know. And some information, pieces of information come to us, but media is avoiding it. They are not aiming at this information. There are a few regional media that do highlight something, but it's not sufficient because it doesn't get to all national media. So I'm speaking about the general history via culture. And if we are making I have recently worked about the film about Holodomor feature film, and I suggested to take these events evolving on Luhansk region near Kreminna, the territories that are now occupied, because we need to include those territories when referring to the past into our today's discourse, and we need to keep them in the view all the time. Donetsk and Luhansk region, since we are working with this information from them as of 2014, that's better. But what about Kherson region and Zaporizhia region? Not so much we can hear about them from the cultural point of view, even though there are also people there who were imprisoned because they were helping the Ukrainian army. And cultural-wise, we didn't start working on that yet. Thank you. This was a very prudent remark that gradually these territories fall out of the information space and Ukrainian society stops perceiving the loss of Donetsk and Luhansk, Kherson identity and culture as the loss of Ukrainian integral part of culture. Anatoly, what do you think we should preserve and what we can still preserve? We have to preserve everything, but I would like to talk about a different angle. What did the war start with? The war began with the following, that Russia began preparing for occupation, and they had the information preparation. They started telling that Mariupol is an ancient Russian city, and the same about Donetsk and others. So they started basically feeding the information to the population that lived in the eastern regions. According to the last census, Ukrainians in the Donetsk region, 57% of the population of the Donetsk region saw themselves as Ukrainians, and 37% considered themselves Russians. There were many Greeks there also, and other ethnicities who reside in the Donetsk region. So the majority considered themselves to be Ukrainians, and the majority of them were Ukrainian-speaking population, Donetsk and Luhansk region. But as of some time, probably also during the time of the Russian Empire, the Soviet times, and especially when the epoch of the Party of Regions began, they started shaping there some Donbas people, like Donbas, Donetsk, and so on. So all over Donetsk, they had some posters, banners of the residents of Donetsk regions, only the ones that they wanted to post there. For example, they wouldn't have Ivan Dzuba poster, who was born in the Donetsk region. They were missing from that information space, or the Metropolitan Archbishop. But Kotlubey last name is familiar to us. My mother is from Vinnytsia region. My father is the Greek, Mariupol Greek, and as of some time he started considering himself a Russian person, and he started sending me some information messages about the grace of the Russian population. And I would say, Serhiy, what are you doing? What do you have to do with the Russians in general? What's happening to you? Another example, in Donetsk, I know those who are from Donetsk here, they should remember there was Serhiy Buntovsky, pro-Russian activist, very active one. He was writing books and so on. I talked to him and I asked him, where do you think you come from? Who are you? All your relatives from Western Ukraine, from Poland, from Western Ukraine. He said, I'm Russian in the first generation. And this person, by the way, once wrote in the beginning of the 2000s the book about the way the war was going to evolve on the territory of Ukraine. So these pro-Russian moves in the Donetsk region They were funded by Russia a lot. Gubarev, who appeared in 2014, they had funding from Russia, and there was huge work on the internet, in the Odnoklassniki, Kontakte groups. They would gather groups, organized into groups, and they had this preparation happening to invade Donetsk region. This preparation started even earlier. I remember 1994. Chuprun was the head of the regional council. Then they prepared the referendum about two languages, being bilingual. And if we take the composition of the regional council now, they wanted to announce the autonomous nature of the Donetsk region. So primarily we are to recover our history, because when Ukraine has proclaimed independence, the Greeks on the territory of the Donetsk region, who by that time were even afraid to call themselves Greeks, they would either register themselves as Russians or Ukrainians. They would disappear, because after the mass repressions in the 30s that covered this population, the Greek population, indeed, they were afraid to call themselves Greeks. But after 1991, the mass recovery of Greek culture began. In Mariupol, they had the choir and so on. The university, humanitarian university, oriented on Greek language. And this was seen from all of these things, all the festivals that were organized in Mariupol. So Greeks received the right to be there, Greeks, even though they were two directions, Greek Tatars and Greek Romanians. Greek aliens. And I lived for 5 years in Greek village, Greek Romay village. And I even studied Greek language a little bit, because people felt worthy of their history, of their nation. And my parents lived there near Mariupol, in the village founded by Donetsk Cossacks, who in times of Russian-Turkish war, during the governance of Mykola I, they came from the Dunai to the territory of Russia, and they were placed in Priazovia. Toman Hladky, who was the head of them. And this village, they had the head of it, Shabla. They had such last names like Cossacks' last names, Nepochate. And I know people in Mariupol who remember that they were Cossacks, that they origin from Cossack people. Our grandfathers, great-grandfathers have lived there forever. So that's what we need to restore, because a lot has been lost. And in the times of politicization of the Ukrainian society, dividing Ukraine into sorts, and all the propaganda by Russia, it divided Ukraine. So if I come from Rivnenska region, I'm Bandera. But if I move to Western Ukraine, then I'm Sipir after 2014. So this is the paradox. You have now spoken about this, that we need to unite culture and history, remembering it, recalling it, restoring it. And in Donetsk, I was the founder of 3 newspapers. But in 2014, in Mariupol, it's not closed, but it's on hold. So having seen the way the Russian world, Ruski Mir, has arrived in 2014, many people believed that Russia is the holy earth, and that Ukrainians have no territory and so on. That's why Putin has arrived to invade our territories based on this cultural ground. But this is the territory of the Zaporozhska Sich. This is a well-known fact, and we all know this very well, especially those who lived or who are interested in the Donetsk region. But what do we do about this? Well, stating the fact is very good, but what do you think we should do to revive it, to restore history? When in the Soviet times we have recovered the title of Mariupol, then the public movements and the journalists, not the state, the journalists and the civil organizations, they have raised this question, and Mariupol was renamed. So in fact, the public can do it. I had an article in the newspaper, big one. The title was given back to the city, but not the history, because without bringing back the past, we are not going to have the future. This is the axiom. So I already have 4 publications of the book from Russia to Ukraine. When I said that Rus is Ukraine, it's not Russia. And this year I had another book published about the history of Crimea, how Crimea was invaded by Russians in the times of the Katerina II, and in what way Greeks appeared in Mariupol. So we are to restore it all over Ukraine, saying Donetsk,
We
Luhansk.
need to recover that this is our land. Those are not Russian cities. Russia have occupied them. It doesn't belong. It doesn't mean they belong. Because yet they make a statement it's a Russian territory. I would like to go to Alexander, where the Ukrainian state is ready to use official history, the system of cultural institutions which have been relocated, in order to promote the right narrative.
Я просто так трошки доповню те, що було тут сказано.
I will complement what was discussed, the heritage and the history, as I understand from the perspective of memory and security. Because the memory, what was before, is a possibility to formulate the conscious position of the future generation. Therefore, unity and national identity of Ukraine with no regional diversity cannot be full. It cannot be their full picture. With no Donetsk, with no Transcarpathia, with no other regions. Therefore, from the perspective of identity, a Donetsk heritage, tangible or intangible, is a very important task for our culture and preservation of our identity. Security, from the perspective of security, we have that Russia creates the conditions under which you start believing such things that one cannot imagine with healthy mind. It uses history from the perspective of conveying their narratives and opportunity of influence to achieve economic, political, and military objectives. And this is what we have right now. The war began, even the information war, not in 2022, not in 2014. Information war began much earlier, and it was going on. And it will not end by stopping the armed hostilities. It will continue. Therefore, for the state, this is of paramount importance to preserve that cultural heritage and history. In addition to keeping it, it's important to promote. If we imagine in the future that Donetsk region finally becomes part of Ukraine, we shall deoccupy it. We need to understand who will be in that region. The people of Donetsk or those who have remained during the occupation, or whether relocated people will return back to Donetsk Oblast. Therefore, of paramount importance is to do the direct work to transmit information to the occupied territories with some possible or impossible channels. Yet we need to do it to carry out certain activities of strategic communication in the understanding of point-by-point influence, and also to work with those communities which are in Ukraine, in the cities like Kyiv and Lviv, which absorb this national identity. Not all of them, some of them will remain, but never they are. However, anyway, they will return, and they will be the carriers of the greater national identity by the regional vision. We need to work directly with communities of Mariupol, with community of Donetsk, the communities of other places of Donetsk and Lugansk, and the occupied territories. My question is whether the ministry is ready to make use of the services of the cultural educational institutions which have been relocated and conveying position through them. By the outcomes of the words of the Diana, quite many people who are relocated in some part in the new place are simply trying to stay. Whether the state could do anything. You mean via those people who are in Ukraine and through them we are working in this direction. For example, today we create a strategy of the IDPs. It will start working from the next year. It must be filed. There are things related to support and further implementation, expanding the capabilities, not the military, but the temporary displaced persons, internally displaced persons. IDP, we are involved, those who are carriers of the information, and moreover, are consultative people who would help us to formulate our narrative that we can convey to the occupied territory.
Чому так? Це прям про мене. Ми з паном
This is about myself. We have been colleagues. Before May of this year, I was director of the Department of Recovery and Cultural Reintegration of the Occupied Territories under the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications. That department has existed for 9 months. It was established last year in March of 2024. In December, it was liquidated because it was not a priority. It's a painful question how the government takes care of the IDPs, displaced persons, displaced institutions. Yet the government has no definition of what are relocated cultural institutions, and therefore further cooperation with them is not possible in the legal framework. The program of support of relocated cultural institutions was developed by the department 1 year ago. In last December, I was told that this matter is not a priority these days, and we hear that this matter is postponed till 2027, when publicly they must resolve the matter of IDPs. This is too late. It was for yesterday. When those resolutions and draft legislation already coordinated, pre-approved with military administrations, and yet they cannot be resolved on the government level. What to do? To unite. We have quite many initiatives, regional and local. We all understand we need to preserve it. And this is important because we are the IDPs. So before the government decides, this happens, but it will happen when we no longer are interested. We need to unite. It's demonstrated by global experience. The civic movements quite often have greater influence rather than the government. The government is a very heavy and cumbersome machine. For one law to implement, we need to amend hundreds of other laws, and this is not fast. Regretfully, I am speaking aloud, I'm not civil servant. Culture is not a priority we can see from budget and other matters. We, of course, preserve the heritage, and all the important matters are properties, museum, valuables, movable property. And what about human capital? Children are born for so many years in a different pseudo-state. Those who have been displaced abroad, What do they use? The Ministry of Culture is postponing this matter. Other government institutions who take care of this do not exist unless we unite at the level. On our level, we cannot solve this matter, and we won't have the instruments of influencing the state. This was a matter of discussion. The most basic example, a lot of museum collections have been relocated from occupied territories. Something was lost. In Mariupol, it was mostly lost. It's a separate question why it was lost. And quite a lot was relocated. Maybe this happened, but the broad public is not aware that on the best museum sites of Ukraine, there are exhibitions of preserved cultural heritage of Donetsk region. And this discussion that for most of Ukrainians, because of that, there could be the impression that we have Scythian gold, and we have some story and some culture we need to fight for, we need to defend. And what's in the Donetsk, Kramatorsk, and Slavyansk museums? Is there anything valuable? As for relocation, most was relocated. To where it was relocated? To Ukraine, maybe Western Ukraine. The museum employees cannot work with exhibitions of Donetsk area. Where are our museum people? Where did those people go? I went yesterday to museum conference. As I communicate with them quite closely, our professional museum people, the historians from the occupied region, they are as professional museum people. Where they are? They don't work in the museums where relocated items are being kept in order to make some exhibition with exponents of our area to explain what are the steps of Lugansk, Donetsk, Azov Sea. We need the right skills to work with that material. This is a preservation of human capital, our institutional memory, how on the local level, how the state takes care of preservation of history of occupied territories. If I, as a Lviv-based museum, accept the items from Donetsk museum, I need to have a specialist who will take care of it. This is a problem of the status of museum sector in Ukraine. Quite many problems due to financing and unsolved matters. What to do to people who live occupied territories? Where to employ them? For 6,000 or 7,000, they will be employed, and abroad, our people are well received because for grants, they sell their knowledge about our territories in exchange for grants. A lack of state strategy of the occupied territories and IDPs. Can it kill cultural heritage of Donetsk, or in spite of efforts of the state, negative efforts of the state, they can recover and revive? We counted this. Of course, we cannot count on the state only. One of the bases of resilience is actually self-organization, self-defense. It's about Ukrainians. They do everything independently. Therefore, theoretically, we can say that the state must create sites, the state might create educational programs, the state must create the support that such a heritage is being preserved and also demonstrated. If it's about preservation, all of the heritage must be preserved, all of it. Yet, if we speak of what to do with it, then there is prioritization. We cannot use all of it. And what is prioritization? And here, there must be strategic pointers. And here, with no state, it is possible. Of course, the society might play a role. Yet institutions must formalize the processes. They must develop the policies, absorb the responsibility to make the guidelines, because without it, no cultural institutions, especially state municipal ownership, will never feel themselves free in order to define its strategy, because we understand what drawbacks do we have. And the institutions who are capable of proactively forming the future in the creative sector, speaking of the state and municipal part of that sector, they are just singular. Therefore, if you speak of heritage of Donetsk, the task for us is to draw the future, outline future, to find among the artifacts, tangible or intangible, not simply as archaeology of what was there, but unactualized senses, all the senses which have been actualized and yet insufficiently. Then we shall have the steps of Donetsk intangible and tangible heritage of Azov Sea Greeks. We can say ancient Greeks, modern Greeks. In 1990s, there was business migration of Greek businesses to Ukraine using the diaspora factor, and quite many other areas related to. Everybody knows that there are Crimean Tatars. And what about the steppe Tatars in Donetsk area? Everybody who comes from Donetsk, if we say Mahano Makiivka, this is not simply something from the store. They can also remember the taste. And this is part of the cultural intangible heritage of Tatars, steppe Tatars in Ukraine, in Donetsk. There is a range of artifacts that we can re-actualize. If to speak of the media, we are in the situation where the task of media is not just to inform, where the task is that on the shoulders of the media, and the media is a watchdog of democracy. This is the force power, because with no democracy, for the media, there is no space. A journalist would turn into propaganda man, will be ruined or expelled. There is no place for such a professional journalist. Therefore, journalists are watchdog of democracy because they're interested to keep the democratic system. And on the shoulder of journalists, also the script of the war is. And the script is not about chronology only. This is about history and plotting. And this is about the stories which are not told, mystified facts. To create a certain image of phenomenon the journalists are working with. And for that, we need deeper knowledge. This is not just a description of reality, at least the understanding that from that narrative and narrativization, the perception of the fact depends. It's chronology. When we speak of policy of memory, it's not just the policy to remember. This is always the policy to forget what we deprioritize. Because even as we tell of my yesterday, 24 hours, shall we cross out 6 hours of sleeping, 18 hours? Today, if I retell my yesterday, will take
Ми це можемо зробити в 30 секунд, можемо в 4 хвилини, можемо в 30 хвилин.
It could be 30 minutes. You could retell within 30 minutes because we prioritize or deprioritize. If we tell everything, it's 18 hours. Also, speaking of culture in Donetsk, we need to have the vision, we need to have the understanding.
Але ще більше ми маємо мати розуміння, що ми депріоритизуємо.
What we deprioritize, whether we use the enemy memes and constructs like Donbas, for example.
В якому вони закладалися не нами, але для нас. Як плавильний котел Донбас.
Actually, as a melting boiler of Donbas, as a product of Soviet industrialization. I had one of the first hard discussions within Donetsk Media Forum 10 years ago, exactly with Bekeshkina, Madame Bekeshkina, late Madame Bekeshkina, whom I respect, because this is a phenomenon in Ukrainian sociology, even beyond her existence, created a school. And we had a discussion, they presented a study where there was Galician, Azov Sea, Polisia, Pri-Black Sea, and Donbas, Bukovina and Donbas, and other regions.
А як у вас взагалі вони
And I say, why are they in the same plane?
Соціокультурний регіон Донбас.
Is it really social cultural region? I know Slobozhanщина, Donetsk, Priazovsky, and I can tell what is the difference between Slovyansk and Gorlivka from this perspective, or between Mariupol. And if you are about Donbas, then shall we add Dnipropetrovsk and part of Russia? Shall we cross out the Azov area, Azovsky area, which is not part of Donbas and part in the north, because this is Donetsk whole basin, which can be compared by Kuzbas, also the Beat band, also Amber basin.
Нас, регіонів, з'являється абсолютно індустріальне визначення.
We have
Так, є свої
the
звичайні
industrial
індустріальні норми, але
definition.
поясніть мені, в чому тоді така велика різниця між умовним
Between the conventional
індустріальної людини і екс-Червоноградом в
daily routine in Donetsk or in Lviv, Chervonograd, or say, Transnistria. All those have been Soviet constructs with no rethinking them, just using the names absolutely in a stereotype, inert way. We just replicate that understanding. In Donbass, there are terracons, there are coal mines, and there is no place to Scythian sculptures. No place for the steppe, no place to everything which Soviet government destroyed in order to create the image of Donbass. If you look into the events of 2014 in Donetsk, where I can speak via personal experience and looking into the protests, looking into the occupation by Russia, the way it developed, at that moment, they could not feel Donbass. It was Donetsk Oblast, which was fighting against Russia. And yet we could not even see it, because in Donetsk, on force, going to the rally, the people of Donetsk, it was a rally 6 p.m. At 5:50 on the square, several dozens of people next to cathedral, and everything, everybody else have been walking 150 meters around, because they have recognized their Ukraine. And people have seen with their eyes that in addition to the Donbas, which does not send empty trains, which was used by Soviet propaganda, there is also the Donetsk area of the professors of university and your colleagues and students, not the marginals, not the crazy people, and really they exist. Everything starts with us. Therefore, when we speak even about preservation of tangible heritage, first we need to give the name. We need to understand what we preserve within the heritage, and it must be important and have a feedback in the heart that there is no even question. Why to take away the picture gallery? Why to take away the artifacts of statehood? Why to create special programs in order to support? Why is there in Gonchar Museum there is exhibition of special painting, Easter painting of eggs of Greeks of the Azovsky? And just small number of people are aware of that. And that's on the crossing, how Ukrainian tradition and culture affected the formation of Greek community and their traditions in Ukraine, and how the Greek community complemented with themselves Ukrainian nation and our joint heritage.
Дякую. Пані Любов, скажіть, будь ласка, от всі ці тези, які Олег описав,
Also statements that Oleg has described, whether the community of Ukraine could respond, and the main thing whether they have responded via their works, creative works, that it becomes understandable for the rest of the world, not just Ukrainians, because there are so many genius Ukrainian works. Nobody reads them, not because they are bad, but they go beyond general context and are not understandable to the modern world.
Я почну знову ж таки з дефініції. Я
I will start with definitions. I fully agree that the definitions, terms and definitions, and how we call the things are of importance. Therefore, in Ukraine, we are involved in decolonization. So this is called the decommunization, right? And this is decolonization.
імперських неймінгів і пам'ятників.
We get rid of empire monuments.
За понад 300 років. І
what they have left over 300 years.
Це завжди гра вдовго.
And this is a long play. If to speak of that concept of Donbas, regretfully, Russians have enforced that in the West before they started the war on Donbas. And actually working with that takes long term.
Росіяни розв'язали чеченську війну, першу, другу. Вони
They started Chechenian war, first and second. If they cannot achieve something at once, they come for the second time. The same with Ukraine. They began the war in Ukraine, in the east of Ukraine. Then they came for the second time to Kiev.
Вони прийдуть наступного разу.
And they will come again. They will regroup. Even if this war is frozen, they will arrive again. We also need a long-term plan.
Про Захід так само.
And speaking of the West,
коли ти приходиш туди,
when you come there and start explaining that there is Lugansk and Donetsk, that this is a Donbas, this is a Soviet concept,
треба починати з більш підставових речей.
we need to start with basic things.
Ось і працювати передусім з цим.
And to work with that.
Внутрішню нарацію всередині України, звичайно.
Speaking of the internal narrative,
і маємо відходити від радянської термінології.
and we need to walk away from Soviet terminology.
Вести таку роз'яснювальну роботу, історичну роботу в цьому сенсі, так? Через медіа, через культуру в тому числі.
Through the media, through the culture, coming back to your question, and literature and how this is perceived abroad, I can tell you that from 2022 it became easier for us to explain what is the war abroad. Regretfully, it would be better that it is easier. It is more difficult. It would be better. And now there is political will of European Union. Speaking of the United States, the same. There is the willingness to rethink and to talk of us in a different way. It's now interesting. It's interesting who we are. They are fond of us. They say they are Ukrainian. They now defend the land and now they respect Ukraine. But they don't understand what are we about, what makes us different. And also lacunes must be filled by culture, and this is what it does. This is the process bilateral. If Ukraine in the first days or weeks would fall, nobody would be interested. Nobody wants to know anything about the losers. Due to the armed forces of Ukraine, the forces of defense in general, only they remember armed forces, but also the defense forces include also other units, of which we only hear only interesting stories, like the web operation. All of them are the defense forces of Ukraine, thanks to the volunteers and ordinary people who have defended Ukraine. Now we are of interest, and now we are invited. This is a bilateral process. The world wants to know about big countries. But also they would like to say how extraordinary they are. And they say the culture is great and you are mediocre and small. With the help of this interest, indeed, quite many translators have translated. The Slavists, they translated Russian literature mostly. They stopped. Many of them have stopped. At least 10 of whom I know. Stopped translating Russian literature. Now they translate Ukrainian books. And those books are published abroad. And we have created already Bachitoma project, the literature project, and the criticism project. Created a number of books who have been translated in the English language and other languages of the world. There is an interest, but this is insufficient because Russia plays long term, and now we just began to play in the field of culture abroad by telling about ourselves. And this is a long-term play. The long play. Only Ukrainian classics they started to translate. Les Ukrainka into English was translated quite recently, and now they put her plays in the theater. We but there are modern authors as well. And we are based in Ukrainian tradition, not just global, also classics. About classics we have to discuss.
І треба вибудовувати на рівні інституцій, відкриваються з-за
And
кордону.
we need to build up on the level of the institutions. In the few countries of Europe, there are already offices of Ukrainian Institute, which hold events, organize some activities. So the minimum activity is ongoing. So this is the game, and on the level of us as writers and on the level of our cultural establishments and institutions that are to develop and support us abroad. Even our biggest writers like Oksana Zabushko or Юрій Духович, in France they are less represented. They are represented in other states, but France has very powerful ties with Russia, and these ties have been lasting for centuries, and it's important for us to break them. Of course, we can't break them, but we are at least to build up our own ties. And the Ukrainian Institute that has entered France finds it very hard to build up the space, and it's hard to do it from the scratch. All of this is on the initial stage, because some of us from the authors in these or those states are more known and others less known, but the general state requires further development and a long-term game. And also about our vision of ourselves here. We don't have to talk about ourselves as that some part of Ukraine or people from the east or people from the south, that they are different and that's why the war began there. No, this feeling of guilt, yes, we have it, that the war began wherever we come from, I mean, which part of Ukraine. But it seems to me that we also we did not enough. But the war only began because Russia is our neighbor. I did neighbors with those regions where the war began. And that's why it was more focused on those regions. And if we speak about the beginning of this war, in 2014, when the collaborators were called separatists, using the term of the civil war imposed by Russia to us somehow. But now when we talk about traitors from Kherson region or Zaporizhzhia region, we call them collaborators, but traitors from Donetsk or Luhansk region, we keep on calling separatists. But they are not separatists, they are also collaborators. But collaborators, they were always, they always existed. During the Second World War, they were in Lviv or Paris. So collaborators always existed. There has always been the layer of people who adjust, who have lower moral levels. It's not because we are this and that, or that we come from these regions or those regions having some different mentality and are capable to adjust. No, nothing like that. We just have to move away from these terms of the civil war. We cannot use these words in the media, because in 2014 it has been part of the media, and the Ukrainian media, they were using these terms. But now we see that Kherson region, and no one can rebuke Kherson region that it could have been pro-Russian, but they also have collaborators there. So we are to look at ourselves as strong. Yes, we have some vulnerabilities, of course, or vulnerable parts, because they are located in certain regions. But we should look at ourselves with dignity and understand that many people in Donetsk and Luhansk region, also in Crimea, many people risking their lives are still helping the armed forces of Ukraine, and they are still giving their houses for rent. They are renting their own houses. There's a woman who even helped to aim the missile to her own house because the Russian headquarters was there. So we know that people from Luhansk region, Donetsk regions provide information about the army. They help to disrupt some rails. All of these projectiles are provided. So we are to hear this resistance movement as well, not to silence it. And if it happens, and I don't think it will often happen, that we will deoccupy all of these territories, and then we'll say, oh, these people are traitors, they were doing nothing, but because we were not interested in what they were doing, and we don't know what they were doing, but they are doing. In Luhansk, right after occupation, the occupiers started placing the to railway. It has been exploded twice. I don't know where those people who was doing that, or where they killed, or where they put into prison. So many people are risking their lives and sacrificing their lives, helping us to get these territories back. And we shouldn't close our eyes at this, because these are our people. And if there's information, and it does appear in the Russian media who write about the trials, media zone, and that's where this information occurs. And we ought to say that these people, our people, they suffer because of the political repressions, because they're helping our army. But we're not even mentioning this, even using the sources that are open and to which we have access. So it's also about the attitude to us, you know, and it depends upon the way it works both internally and outside. And when we are seen as such strong people from externally, only in that case that are interested in our literature and artists, and only then the change. So I mean, our artists are specified to be Ukrainian in all these museums abroad. And one more thing, as for the relocated people abroad, I often visit abroad, and I see they're not only relocated people from Ukraine, but also relocated people from Gaza, and they, despite our different attitude to them, they communicate and they promote their agenda there. They basically find also peers among the local residents there. And many people want to also see Gaza as the separate state, and there are protests in Europe to support them. And as for Ukrainian refugees, of course, this work is also ongoing, but it's intuitive. But this work also be headed by the state. My colleague Oksana Zaboshko has recently spoke about the necessity to give Ukrainian relocated people via Ukrainian embassies or online, I don't know, guidelines, what Ukraine is, what Ukrainian language is, how many common words or lexics we have with other languages. By the way, Russian is not the closest, but first Slovenian, Belarus, if we talk about the language. So we are to give some basic information about the Ukrainian history so that the Ukrainians could clearly tell everyone who's asking them, and they are asked the same questions. The local residents or Americans who visit my literature events in these countries, they also ask the same questions. So you can prepare for this and use the help of our people who are already there and who are on our side. We can use them so that people who are on our side in Europe, in the US, and all over the world to become more such people who are our supporters. And we can do it. And this should be done also by the state, but not only by our people. Yes, this is the part of the same mosaic, because the state is to do it via a number of institutions, and this is the educational scientific establishments are also responsibility, who are to do the science, to do these studies. I have a weird story when in 2016 the resident of Holland would write the thesis on the topic whether there is the Donbas people, where the Donbas people exist. And when he came to me to talk about this, I thought, what a nonsense. And later on, sometime later, I realized that In Holland, they will have the scientifically grounded response whether the Donbas people exist, and they can argue with the Russian propaganda, having argumentation in place. But us, despite many institutions and higher educational establishments, I don't think such work is done. And this is the suggestion for Mariupol University to adapt their curriculum for master degree to very simple things, because we always think that science is something global or distant, but in fact, these are strange things that are studied by the scholars abroad. And I want to go back to what we started this discussion with. Oleg already mentioned this, and that's about Mohan. This summer I was in Donetsk region, and there's another thing like sunflower oil. I only now learned the unique nature and technology of production of sunflower oil, and I learned that it has almost been destroyed. In the Donetsk region, there's only one enterprise that's producing the sunflower oil using that technology, and they cannot be relocated because these are very outdated enterprises. And I would like to ask Anatoly, and this will be also another round of comments. Could you name some things that cannot be described or systematized, which are the symbols of the Donetsk region for you, Donetsk and Mariupol? Like this oil, or as our colleague Andriy Dakhtarenko did very nicely, the symbol of Luhansk region are the apricots on the ground in summer, squeezed apricots. So what is the symbol of Donetsk for you? You know, I have lived for a long time in Mariupol and then Donetsk, and these cities are very close to me. Mariupol, of course, it's the sea. Once during Holodomor, they said that the spread saved people, and someone even offered to have a monument to it. It's a city where there are many educational establishments, and of course this is the city of miners, coal miners, and once one colleague arrived to me from Kiev, and he was surprised just how upgraded Donetsk was. He said that to some extent it was even much more advanced than Kiev, and when there was the championship in Donetsk region, it was a very modern city. Of course, the suburbs not, but the city center was very upgraded. As for the oil, I remember the Krasovsky oil. Krasovsky, the Greeks brought this name, and they had very tasty oil. I even remember the scent right now. But I would like to go back to the role of the state institutions, the public institutions. As of September 21st, on Krещатик, near the post office, there's the exhibition organized by Mariupol City Council, Ukrainian Institute for Recovery of National Memory, and the Mariupol Museum. And at this exhibition, you can see who's going to be there. The Catherine II and her son Paul I, and Maria Fedorovna, and Lenin, and Jenny Kidze, and the ideologist of Stalin times, Zhdanov. I don't know who's not there. But as for Cossacks, this is my topic. It's painful for me to read this. I mean, I treat Greeks with respect, but it says that Greeks came there on the remains of the Cossacks towns, but those were not remains. These were administrative centers. And long before the arrival of Greeks in 1754, on the permit of Medjugorje Monastery, Kiev-Vyshgorod Monastery, they did the repairs of the stone church, Sviato-Mykolaivsky, so of the St. Nicholas Church, and where the drama theater that was bombed in 2022, there used to be the Cossack whole Magdalena's Saint Cathedral that was destroyed in the 30s. But the role of public institutions, the exhibition that is now on Krещатик Street, I think it's basically turns Ukrainians into such that these are people that you don't have to consider. It's a shame, this exhibition, because they are cutting off part of our history. And here on the territory of Ukraine, Ukrainians somehow are outside of history. Ukrainians that were there, they're not considered to be as people. They could be sent away somewhere outside Dunai or Caucasus, and it hurts me. Each city has its own passport, yes, like the birth certificate. Odessa, Dnipro, Donetsk, Mariupol. They have, what birth certificate do they have? For example, issued to Catherine II. That's why it seems that Putin is coming sort of his territories, because as the Mariupol's date of foundation 1778 after the destroyal of Zaporizhzhia Sich, and before that for 200 years there was Zaporizhzhia Sich, and there was a power administrative structure there who had agrarian production, trade, and fulfilled many functions, diplomatic ties with Crimea. They had cooperation, they went to get salt and so on. And then this story is crossed out because Catherine II has arrived. And when the birth certificate of Mariupol, Donetsk, and Dnipro, and Kherson, and other cities, when this birth certificate is non-Ukrainian, then where should they go further? And the role of the public institutions is very significant here. Of course, they are awkward, but why then do we select these people to become the authorities when we are losing part of our past? And if there are journalists present here, the term Rusnya, why are we using this term? Rusnya referring to Russians. They don't call it this way, like calling Rusin. Rusin, it's not the correct term to use them. What is wrong with the word Rusin? What is wrong with this term Rusin? Rus is the state of Ukrainian people, but this is not the play with the word, but this is just the word that begins in Ru. No, this is the state foundation of Ukrainian people. If you want to restore our history, because we origin from Skifs, and the Cossacks call themselves the heirs of the Sarmats and Skifs, Scythians. We don't argue with that, but right now the Russian is the term that is related to the word Russia, and we can't have repression in language. Me as the writer, I'm against prohibiting some words or not using them. And we also cannot use here among the civilians this word starting with the letter P, so this is a swear word that's used in the front line to call the Russian people. There is the petition already signed and given to the president that has collected the necessary number of votes to rename Russia. Somehow we call China, China. We don't call them the Chinese. We call the Hungary, not the Hungarians. So the title itself, we call the Germany, but it's Deutschland. So with this game, we are on the very slippery path now that can lead us not to victory, but to defeat, because we are digging into the topic that is to be exercised by our northern neighbor. They are to figure out who is Russians from their people and who are Ruskiye, because from our point of view, we understand that these are two different notions. One of them is the people, and there is the question on their existence in the history, but on the other hand, this is the matter of the citizenship, but this is their problem. I don't want to hold this discussion in this direction. The only thing I want to say that this document, like birth certificate, like you said, it's a historic anecdote, because only two cities on the territory of the former Russian Empire has the decree on their foundation, and that is Mariupol and St. Petersburg, and no decree order on foundation of Odessa or Mykolaiv or other cities of that Russian Empire doesn't exist. And this is the Russian narrative to say that Ekaterina II founded Odessa. There was the settlement that Ekaterina II said that in this settlement to extend the port. That decree does exist. But the Russian narratives about something being founded, it even somehow gets into our discussion and makes us to analyze some deeds via this prism. As far as I understand that Alexander wants to say something. As for Mariupol, there is no decree on foundation of Mariupol, no. They wanted to found Mariampol next to Pavlograd, but they didn't do it. But no order or decree about foundation of Mariupol. And another comment about the screenplayers. We create the comedy now. Ivan Vyhovsky. It's the film where we want to mock the hetman that caused the biggest defeat to the Russian Empire in all our history. This is going to be a comedy. The Polish are also creating the comedy 1884. They don't touch their national heroes, right? They just touch maybe some resident of the city and so on. But we need to, mock Vyhovsky and then Mazepa. We are going to do the comedies instead of recovering our history. What is that? Using our money on our coins, we have the portraits of our heroes, right? These are our heroes. We are to recover our past. And my wish to the screenplayers is to restore our past, and our history starting with the Sarmatians and the Scythians. Okay, so let's talk. There were some comments to public authorities. And yes, the exhibition Krещатик is exercised thanks to the Institute. But should the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications influence the politics held by the Institute of National Memory? Do we have the right to influence the historians whose profession is to do this? I'm no historian. I don't know. Of course, I know some facts, and I have to these experts. We can discuss history depending upon the sources this or that scientist is using. And trust me, I am no expert in this. And the Institute of National Memory is this expert. So when they are founding this exhibition or when there is a request to interpret some historic events, we request this information from them. And in my opinion, they are providing unbiased information, judging the facts that took place in the past. As for the culture, well, you see, the thing is, the development of strategic communications is not possible without culture. Culture is like a foundation for creating the content base. And therefore, this is a super important matter, the development of culture and the synergy of the similar things. And for example, as for the heritage, as for the cultural activists and cultural potential in general, in many cases, we do have the strategy for culture development till 2030. On the temporarily occupied territories, there are certain provisions and they just need to be put into practice. Third thing, the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications is open to any suggestions to have joint actions. Mainly, the Department for Strategic Communications completely is ready to hear, and I'm encouraging to have synergy between the governmental bodies. And I have said this yesterday, and I've been saying this for many years, only in synergy of the media, the public authorities, scientists, scholars, NGOs, international community, we can win in the front line. I mean, information, cultural. Since, judging by the time, don't put down the microphones because you're now going to give the final remarks. So what is the symbol of the Donetsk region for you that we are to preserve next to oil, apricots, and mohan? Is there any? Well, first of all, memories. I have memories that will always, I will keep them in my heart because I am the representative of the beautiful city, Bakhmut. And everything that is in my memory will always stay with me. And of course, Artem Sil, Artem Salt, Artem Champagne, Bakhmut Roses. The student years when I studied in Kharkiv, there was an interesting incident when we arrived to Donetsk for the conference to Donetsk National University, and the girl from Ternopil, also a student, during the walk said the following thing. She looked at the terracones and said, "You also have mountains?" So the memories about the past in combination with you won't see this Donetsk anymore. You will never see this Bakhmut, Mariupol, and other cities, but you maybe will see them as much better cities, because now it's all in our hands. Because even tomorrow's day, today's day, tomorrow will be the history again. And we ought to unite now to do everything possible for deoccupation. Oleg, so concluding remarks, and is there anything else apart from Mahan in your memories? Oh, yes, of course, starting with Donbas is an industrialna. Do you know about Shubin? Who knows about Shubin? I do. And in the audience? So, Donbas Media Forum, yes? So, professional experts are here. But 90% of you should have known this. Then it would have been a success. Speaking about policy of the national memory and the Institute of the National Memory. See, not once we heard the word history, but yes, it's about historians, artifacts, and so on. But the national memory policy is not in digging out the artifact, but it lies in establishing the vision, the policy, and according to it, to see which artifacts serve for us in this. This is not instrumentalization of history, it's not rewriting history, but this is the knowledge of your own history and using both history and intangible heritage and the cultural product and the art product and many, many other things up until technical innovation or practices in order to create this national memory and its policy. Well, if to speak about intangible heritage, I'm closing my eyes and I remember me in Donetsk region and nowhere else in Ukraine apart from Donetsk, the steppe of Ukraine. You going to the steppe and in the middle of night will feel that breezy air, because the steppe was very hot all day long. And then the scent of the grass, where the dampness is, and you can feel the steppe breeze. It's like this, as of the sea breeze. And also there is of waves and the stars, because the steppe is when your eye cannot focus on anything, because and that's so small, where there is no edge to this space. And on the one hand, it scares you because there's nothing to grab onto, but on the other hand, you know that only your internal support, your will, and your fantasy, when you close your eyes and end up in the steppe, is something that could be used as your support. So as a phenomenon starts with us, both the names and titles start with a fantasy. For me, Donetsk region is about space for creation, for fantasy. It's about space where anything is possible. Thank you, Diana. And what about you? What is the symbol of Donetsk region that stays with you forever? For me, the Donetsk region is the space for exploration and a lot of reflection. But as for intangible memories, it's about Azov and the wine Milekinske. And I'm looking for something similar for many years, and I can't find it anywhere. There is no, because Azov Sea is very specific, and it's a lot of iodine and so on. So it gave its special flavor that cannot be replicated by any recipes. It was just the natural origin of that fish, and that's all.
Спогад про Донеччину.
Do you have the memory about Donetsk region? I'm from Luhansk region, but I have about Donetsk region as well. I know very well Mariupol, and I have mentioned Alexander Mayamov, and this is the Ukrainian writer or reporter who would also write about Mariupol. That's what he called it when he comes to the port of Mariupol on the ship, and the sea is open, beautiful, and they are very similar in many things, and they are incredibly beautiful. But speaking about Luhansk region, this open space, you know, when I, for example, came from Luhansk for the first time by the train, that it took 36 hours to Lviv Forum, I was impressed just how tight it was there. It was not comfortable for me in the city. It was pressure of these walls on me.
There was so little space. I prefer space and the space, having enough space. This affects how we perceive the world. Of course, the Visegrad and the Terracons, Ukrainian futurists, when they come to Stalin or Donetsk, they say we have seen something unusual. Those are the pyramids of Egypt. My father worked for the coal mine for 25 years. And those coal mines, this is another space, this is underground life. It's very small, very dark and Chubin, this is a personality.
Тобто простір Луганщини і Донеччини, простір цього дикого
Actually, this wild steppe, I like this free and wild steppe.
Водночас і нібито плаский ми бачимо.
This is flat and we can see the horizon, and because there are coal mines that we cannot see. Those who have the courage to go there would also see, not every person. And also there are the coal miners who are the co-authors of independence, because the independence began with the strikes of coal miners. And this was a powerful agent. When I was small, my father was describing it like this. I here can describe for very long, because we keep that place in our imagination. We need to keep our steppe space, Lugansk, Donetsk, Kherson, Donetsk, Crimean, to put it into every sphere of activity, because this long-term play is a play where we shall win rather than them.
Дякую всім за те, що ви поділилися з нами цікавими думками. Дякую за те, що майже
Thank you for sharing, and thank you for fitting within the timeline of this discussion. I call everyone to keep the internal feeling and the internal symbols about the homeland, to do one's best, that it becomes also great in a sense that control over the territory and also the broadness of the soul, as it recently was. I invite for the family photo, and all participants I invite to meet to other.
Друзі, давайте подякуємо і модератору, і нашим спікерам.
I would like to thank the moderator and our speaker. We shall have 10 minutes of break.
Невеличка інформація, але дуже
A small information which is very useful. Please have a look on the screen. There will be information. You all know that on 3rd of October, regretfully, in the east, there was tragedy. A French journalist was killed in the east of Ukraine. Everybody has seen this information. Yuri Ivanchenko, who has been with him, photojournalist, he was injured. Regretfully, he had amputation of his leg, and now the journalist requires treatment and rehabilitation. You can see the QR code, and we can get involved.
Насправді це
Actually,
це трагедія і загибель
this is a tragedy, and the death of our colleague, French journalist. Shall we all help? How shall we jointly help? In 10 minutes,
наступна платформа.
the next platform
Я
comes.
планувала дати вам інформацію, що
I
саме будемо
planned
обговорювати, але
to give you the information what we're gonna discuss.
Сподіваюся, я побачу вас в цьому залі.
I hope I will see you in this room. I recommend you. And this will be very interesting. Now we have a small break.
Чекаємо вас тут.
Our next
Ігор,
platform. Ігор,
Ігор, ваші аплодисменти.
your applause, please.
Друзі. Давайте,
Dear friends.
я розумію, така ще погода
I understand the weather is
всі ще
like
сплять.
this,
Заступник
and
директора та
everybody
головний
sleeps.
медійний
Deputy
експерт
Director, main
Світу.
media
Про що
expert of
саме ми
SEDAM, and
сьогодні
what
будемо
exactly
говорити,
shall we
що
discuss
саме ми
today,
побачимо,
what
що ви
exactly
знаєте,
we shall
розкажіть
see, and
нам.
what we shall learn. Please tell us. Yes, I can tell you. I request our technical personnel to put on the screen.
І воно, власне,
And
підкаже нам, про що ми зараз будемо говорити. Чи
we shall discuss what can we speak about due to poor attitude of doctors to elderly people. And I have now blood pressure, it was jumping, and my heart jumps out of my chest. I took, of course, the pills from my family doctor. This war for me is more treacherous 1,000 times because this is a trial of age. When I am 85, this is a big trial because we need to accept that, we need to live with that, and the war is applied. Thank you. You have seen wonderful example of using AI in the fraudulent advertising. The first part was the video that we have caught in social network, Facebook, Instagram. It was no lip sync, and it was made in a qualitative way. Slightly the skin color and features of the face have been softened. The next one, the original that we found, that we have compared. And this is a challenge when the AI can help us to make funny videos or funny pictures and something useful for education, and when it is used for harm. Therefore, I call our friends and we shall discuss what we have discovered in social platforms.
Як це може впливати на наше сучасне життя і на майбутнє?
And how this will affect our life
Що, всіх
and
наших
future.
спікерів ви бачите, і я із задоволенням запрошую.
I am happy. Pavlo Budak, analyst at the Center of Democracy of Rule of Law. Please take your seat on the stage.
Буде онлайн.
It will be online.
Юлія
Чугольда from the Center of Information. Юлія Tukach, Open Mind.
І Ольга Юркова,
And Olga Yurkova, also a co-founder of Stop Fake. Shall we charge speakers with energy? We shall discuss important things, and we shall discuss interesting things. So today we shall discuss AI and the networks. In this case, AI is in two aspects. The content, and we have seen this content, and AI plays its role in the moderation and creating different types of hazardous things. First of all, we speak of bot farms. Most probably, and we can start this panel with a presentation of the study made by our colleague, analyst of the demo, Pavlo Bordiak, and he is outside of Ukraine, therefore he is online, and he will present what they could make on the Meta platform, and will demonstrate how they use AI in different manifestations and sometimes not very good manifestations. Shall we put Pavlo on the screen? Pavlo, you have the floor.
Всіх вітаю. Підкажіть, будь ласка,
I would like to welcome everyone. Could you see my presentation well?
Так, дякую, Ігор, ще раз за представлення.
Thank you for the introduction.
Ми проводимо дослідження
Now we do the study about clickbait and advertising as a tool of manipulation and fraud in social networks, in particular on Facebook platform. The study is supported by Henrik Björn Foundation, and today I will send part of this study, which is focused on the using AI instruments in such processes.
Як ми взагалі прийшли до цієї проблеми?
How did we come to this problem and this study?
За останні кілька років обсяги
For the last few years, the scope of clickbait content has been growing actively.
клікбейтного контенту.
This is true for clickbait content and advertising
Зображень згенерованих
as picture generated by AI, which has been used in this content, as well as video generated by AI, in particular deepfakes.
І от коли бачиш зростання
And
масивів,
when you can see the growth of the massives of such information, such type of content, this is the reactional question: why such pages are being created? Why do they disseminate this kind of content? For what purpose? And to answer this question, we began to make a study, and in the process of the study, we found the two main subtypes of the manipulations which are manifested on Facebook, where they use AI actively. The first type is clickbait pages using the content generated by AI.
І коли вони наростили аудиторію, вони вже проявляють
In order to increase the audience, and when they have increased the audience, they disseminate malicious content. And the second type are deepfakes generated by AI, which are used in the advertising by fraudsters in order to mislead Ukrainian users. And I would like to review those types of content in more detail. If we speak of clickbait pages, how do they use? There are four the main types of clickbait pages in line with the objectives that they pursue. The first is clickbait pages which disseminate Russian propaganda and how they work. First, those pages disseminate typical clickbait content generated by AI. Quite often, the pictures of Ukrainian military who get married, but nobody greets them, or pictures for religious topic. Those who God write amen, and people interact, the audience is growing, and then they begin to move to political content. First, they can give some content to users which is pro-Ukrainian, for example, some speeches of Zelensky or some pieces of Ukrainian news, and then they put their statements like Russian propaganda and statements of Ukraine being betrayed. And another type of instrument are the pages which disseminate Soviet nostalgia. And the scheme is quite similar to the previous type of pages. First, they publish AI-generated content like Ukrainian military woman nobody greeted on the birthday, or the child who made something with his hand and nobody wished anything good. And they cause the users to interact with this type of content. And then they put such an instrument of soft power, and the pictures, the content, the text related to nostalgia over Soviet times. How it was good, the ice cream was so tasty, and bread with no chemical items, and also Soviet formers and artists and so on. The next type of clickbait, those mimicking under legitimate publications, increase the audience, and disseminate political content. On the slide, you can see one of the examples of such pages. This is Ukrainian news page. If you look in more detail on the logo of this page and on the color palette, I am sure that this will remind the logo and colors of Ukrainska Pravda. And this is not by chance, because in such a way there is subconscious association with the users of this news resource with something true, something legitimate. Yet, if we look into content strategy of this particular page, we will find, like on the picture to the right, that this page disseminates clickbait content generated by AI, also religious topic and also military topic, and this is followed by the content of political type, which is not of better quality sometimes. And the first types of clickbait pages, which are using AI in order to increase the audience and influence on the audience, are the pages from Church of Almighty God. This is religious sect which is set by China in 1990s when it was prohibited. And now the restrictive policy in social networks may be better than a lot of SMM people. They operate in Ukraine, also European countries, other European countries, other places of the world. And the strategy of their activity is as follows. First, they use AI-generated pictures of Ukrainian military. They can add the signature 99 will browse, just one will write, please return alive, so that military people respond, they interact with this type of content, it requires likes, and at some point, that page of that Almighty God is editing instead of military. They put some picture on the religious topic, and quite often also adding some apocalyptic text like end of the world is coming soon, the prophecy in Bible comes true. In order to survive and understand what to do, please follow that link. And the link that they propose to follow goes to the group or to the Facebook Messenger, and there representatives of the religious sect start to influence people. If to look in all those clickbait pages, we can summarize what are the typical tactics used by them. Generated AI pictures, emotional plots like military, religion, family events, direct calls to interaction, their request to like, to disseminate, to write a comment. Some pages camouflage under pseudo news content. They write something has recently happened or some shelling in the capital city, something very important, and then pictures generated by AI, and they show some pictures of explosions. And now the tactics is the use of irrelevant hashtags or thematic tales. This is what it is about. They publish typical pictures generated by AI. This sign is to like or support the military or the child who made something with his hands. And under it will be a hashtag like funny pictures or English-speaking audience using hashtag Angelina Jolie. Yet it is clear that the picture will not be funny, and Angelina Jolie has nothing to do with this content. And also, as we said before, quite many pages, especially those connected to religious sect, CVB, added the content after they collect certain number of interactions. And by doing that, they try also to put their narratives and messages to Ukrainian audience and Ukrainian users. This is like they use AI instruments to generate fraudulent deep fakes and widespread in advertising. There are quite many stories, and one of them we shall review today. This is a story which Igor mentioned in the beginning. Advertising of magic pills, magic medical drugs, which is disseminated on Facebook via the instrument of advertising. And how this scheme works, first in the line there is advertising, one can see the video, on the video one can see some well-known person, some public person, a news anchor, or a politician, and those famous people advertise drugs which can treat everything from bad eyesight to extra weight, to problems with erectile dysfunction. And then there is a link to our outside website to order such drugs.
And the website they urge to go to looks often suspicious, and they usually use domain .fun or .space. And the website itself looks very professional. There's and also some doctors who seemingly are telling that this medication helped them tackle some other issues, health issues. And the users who go to such websites will be offered to win some discount. And the discount, of course, will be 100% discount. And to get this discount, they have to enter their contact details. And after that, they would contact the user and they will give more details similarly. And that's the way it happened. After the user leaves their phone number, they receive a call, and the so-called consultant tries to convince them to purchase this wonder medication at a high price. Quite often, it's some dietary supplement that has no, of course, effect that was promised in the ad. And if we take a look at the typical tools used by the fraudsters in these fraud ads, clearly they use deepfake, so they use the artificially generated video of the publicly well-known person to disseminate this video using the ad tools in Facebook. They create a special one-day page, and usually these are pages that used only to disseminate this ad, and then they just close them. Quite often, the ad, as it was mentioned, it has links for the websites with a suspicious domain, like .fun, .space, and on the web for each user. And then to, of course, use this special offer, you will have personal call. Having analyzed these challenges, we have prepared the recommendations for the Ukrainian users and the users of the Meta platform, because we consider these stories mostly being disseminated on Facebook. And the recommendations can be divided into two types: to counteract deepfake and AI clickbait. And we are always mentioning this at each media discussion, that we need to try to be critical, to be able to ask the question, like, why am I seeing this content? Why do they want me to like this content? Why they want me to send it to someone else? And also, it's important to check the details on the page, because they are mostly generated abroad, and they post similar content that is of manipulative nature. And clearly that it's worth also paying attention to the signs of the AI pictures. Even if it says that it wasn't AI generated, they still think that it was natural and they interact with the content. And for Meta, it is we can recommend them to increase the transparency of pages, because quite often some clickbait pages can conceal the location of the admins of the pages. And also it's an audit for algorithms of labeling and recommendations, which is used, and to revise the policy on manipulative visuals. As for recommendations to counteract fraud deepfakes in the ads, the users could be advised not to trust the promising announcements that can treat frauding and free of charge. It's important to check the source of the video. If you see a well-known, you better go to the page of that famous person and see that indeed if it exists. And also pay attention to the domain of the so-called medical site. They are trying to take you by the ad, because if it's a suspicious domain, .fun, .space, so you should treat it carefully. Recommendations from Meta are to improve policy on the medication for the medical operators to be advertising, or the official distributors. It's necessary to add the option for complaints for deepfake of public persons. And it's worth launching, in cooperation with the Ukrainian public organizations, information campaigns among users of the Ukrainian social media users on the deepfakes. So to sum up, we can draw the conclusion that the AI clickbait and fraud deepfakes Facebook volume as of 2022, and this was because of the AI and of war and emotional topics that are often exploited by the fraud manipulators. And to counteract these threats require information campaigns that can be held among users and only with cooperation with social media platforms in order to look for joint solutions and together fight this problem. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Pavlo. Well, in fact, I would like to mention that yesterday there was the panel on disinformation abroad, and Margarita Sitnik mentioned the now popular videos generated when they come in different languages, when it's a baby and you said, why do you have to work in 9 months? You saw the price for diapers, but it seems to be jokingly, but this is also one of the means of spreading disinformation. So who's at fault? Say, even fun can contain very serious and unsafe narratives. And now I would like to kindly ask Yulia Dukash from Open Mind and tell us what's happening in our Telegram, because Telegram is discussed at almost every panel in this forum. We all understand this is a black hole that is not in our jurisdiction. That's why we cannot ban Telegram channels in Ukraine. But it's important to understand what's happening there. And it's just to have the argumentation for the authorities and for users and to show them and to be able to call the evil, evil. Yulia, tell us, what's Telegram? Thank you, Ihor. In fact, I will also speak a lot about AI, even though it seems to me that it's important not to forget that AI didn't create anything new from the point of view of the strategies of impact, but it's just that it has simplified the creation of this content and scaled it up. Could you please put on my presentation? In Open Mind, we have prepared 2 studies on Telegram, focused not on generation of content, but on the discussion. And these studies was to bots in comments, in Telegram comments. First, we did it for the occupied territories of Ukraine, Telegram channels, which are for occupied territories of Ukraine controlled by the Russian administrators and occupational power. And then we checked this hypothesis in Moldova, and we wanted to share our findings, because in fact, Russia works in comments via bots, and that's something we know as of 2013, 2014. Yes, on all platforms. I think in Ukraine, this phrase is legitimized. Oh, the bots have arrived to the comments. We are using it quite often, but we very rarely can have facts. So when we went to Telegram channels of the occupied territories, in 1 year and 4 months, we have collected at least 3,600 that were coming to comments and telegrams where they're open, and they would write comments to different topics. In 16 months, we managed to make a classification of 69 big topics, which included also many smaller subtopics, starting with demonization of Ukraine and Mr. Zelensky, up until what a wonderful occupational power is and how wonderful it is that they have introduced, the curfew and so on. So they left 316,000 comments during this period. But most importantly, we had the focus, and we have analyzed the occupational power channels. But if we take these users and try to find these channels in Ukraine and Russia, so it was almost 3 million comments, 3,600 users and 3.5 million comments in this period of time. That made a big share of all comments of Telegram. And here I will be emphasizing on why bots now become more dangerous, because we go back to the topic of AI, and because AI, together with a big monitoring system based on algorithms, give us a good understanding of results. One bot, because of the hack of some of the algorithm, left 1,400 comments on 65 channels for 40 different topics, responding to each key words. But in fact, not keywords, but in fact, we see that the AI is used for generation of comments that will be similar to human comments as much as possible, but at the same time would contain the Russian narrative. And for example, in the Kadyrov chat, it could be some pro-Russian narratives, and in the Union, anti-Ukrainian, because the topics it responds to will be more suitable for anti-Ukrainian narratives. And all of this is happening in one day, and the schedule of activity on 20 most popular channels. And then the elections in Moldova. So, and we see this technology, and it's a lot of a higher scale that we thought. And we have the prerequisites, and we have to assume that it's not only Telegram, but all social media where the comments are open. And in Moldova, every 8th comment on Telegram, where they were open, they were written by the Russian bot. And if on occupied territories, as of 2024, we have conducted analysis, 1/3 of comment was unique. So we saw that they were already turning to capacity of the AI generation to create the unique content. But in Moldova, 95% of comments were not repetitive. So they were not written by people. More than 80,000 of comments were not handwritten. They were completely generated by AI. And these were many different topics, like also urges to protest. And we understand that this is the same bot farm, because at least 75% of the commentators were commenting in Ukraine and Russia long before elections in Moldova. Basically, this was the Russian technology that just went for export, so to say, to produce impact. So nothing precludes them from scaling up. And that's where is the most important thing that I realized during these studies, that human is almost not present there. Formerly, we had to analyze trolls. Now we analyze the situation when the list of narratives is created by people, but then the algorithms are on of the AI, no human presence. So you can scale it up endlessly, and it would look like that humans are responsible for it. And my favorite example that shows that, yes, sometimes they make mistakes, and their mistakes give us the understanding how it works. And this is, for example, the publication about the rain in one of the Moldova cities. And under this publication, there were only comments from Russian bots, generated and formulated in a different way, but they said that Maya Sandu is so bad that she even ruined the weather in Moldova, or the sky over Moldova is becoming darker and darker. And in fact, this is the sign that it's not human-made, and that they adjust narration to each post. And here they made a mistake. They shouldn't have written here about Maya Sandu and rain, but in all other political posts, it will look very realistically, and it will be very similar to what people would have written. And it's getting harder to detect these bots. So you can't, you know, catch them that easily. No. Since they are guided by algorithms, it's very easy for them to create new users, and to block them is inefficiently, because they will start new ones right away. In fact, they don't publish comments at night anymore, like it was before, that the commentators would start commenting at 4 a.m. They comment when others do, because they respond to the time of publication. The post, and 5 minutes later, the bot is there. They very rarely make mistakes with 2,000 comments a day. Usually it's 100 comments per one user a day. That's why Telegram doesn't block them, and it's harder to detect them. They work on different topics at the same time. So analyze the post and they think which topic can play better. They change the templates, the names of users, minimize information in the profile, and in Telegram there's barely any information about profile. Well, on Facebook we used to go and check, yes, who is commenting. But now they just close the profile and you can't check. So in fact, we have many obstacles to detect them. And the platforms themselves don't want to do this. So we remain in the situation where very soon we will be in the world where more than half of comments will be generated by bots. And it's like with the Russian drones in Poland situation, where they have seemingly conducted the analysis of the situation and have arrived understanding that the big share of narrative in comments in Polish social media about stating that it's Ukraine's fault. And by the way, our media did not correctly disseminate this information, having said that the Polish think that, but the Polish didn't think that, because we cannot analyze comments as the public opinion. And by the way, in the original report of the study, we had a separate note chapter about this being bots and not humans who made these comments. So apart from the mistakes, I love these screens with Uliana and Varyunya, the ones that I found on Telegram. But that's just a drop in the sea. But we are in the situation where the AI can imitate people very well. And to look for people in comments is not worthy. It's not worth it. And not only Telegram. Telegram is easy to analyze, and Telegram is most popular in Ukraine. But on TikTok or Facebook or YouTube, we see signs of a very similar style of comments. And nothing is on their way to scale up this technology on all social media where comments are possible. So the only way to fight bots is if you have your social media page and if you can limit the function of comments, just close comments function. This is the best path to fight the Russian bots, which unfortunately is also accompanied of the loss of the community and discussion among real people. As the moderator of the community on Facebook, I should say the groups are open and it's possible to comment without entering the group, and that's also big evil. Because such pages, Pavlo spoke about earlier, they can have up to 1 million subscribers, but we understand very well that most likely there is no people, not a 1 million people among them. Oля, I have a question for you. I know that you were at the conference on AI, and you can tell us a bit the attitude to this in the Western countries. And I also know that one study concerned you that said that it's nothing like this and not everything is the way you think it is. Oh, tell us, please, what do other countries speak about the narrative AI impact? Is that a real threat, or is it like a COVID that will first begin loud and then turn into a regular flu? Or do we need some serious vaccination or prohibition on the use of some social media platforms? Or maybe we should enter ChatGPT after authorization in the security service of Ukraine, you know? Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to highlight, because I have prepared the overview of the latest researches, and I want to highlight the most important piles. So first, this is the mass nature, when it's possible to produce content, mass content that can be disseminated automatically and fast, what you refer to. Because before this was handwriting, yes? And now creating fakes and disinformation, it's a factory that is automated. And apart from people also throwing in some narratives, then it's further disseminated. I will list the names of operations held, which are pro-Russian, but there are many Chinese or Indian ones, like Operation Doppelganger, referred to by my colleagues in the previous days, and that is creating doppelgangers of authority website using AI that would disseminate message against Ukraine all over Europe and also inside of Ukraine, because they have both Ukrainian and international websites that were cloned. And the same, the Operation Undercut, it's a different operation that was held by the former agency of Prigozhin, the trolley farm, former trolley farm of Prigozhin. And now they are focusing on Europe, European countries, and also disinformation against Ukraine and messages against Ukraine, not necessarily disinformation. It's a lot more advanced now. And they are using deep fakes, they're using 11 Labs created voices, also overvoiced. So it can use also in the negative way. And the operation, just a second, let me remember, Storm operation, and with different numbers, like Storm 1516, like the latest one registered, and the loudest one, because it was using all these means in a comprehensive way. It's using both deep fakes and voice over and on the real video, you know, like the real video is shown, then the AI adds certain text and nothing else to be done. So like people don't understand language and gives like translation. No, sometimes they just switch off the real sound or use some music. This is like the most primitive form of creation of it. The Operation Matryoshka, which is more focused on creating the videos with the famous politicians' video, adding text, and they usually would say some messages against Ukraine in these videos or against European unity, because EU unity is also the target of this disinformation operation. So I have just listed a few, but there are many more of them. I just don't want to overload this information. So that's the first thing, and that is scaling up. And second, there is News Guard organization, which finds these fake websites using AI. And during last year, they have found 1,200 websites which automatically created content and automatically spread it in all social media, which is done instantly. And one of the studies of the Massachusetts Technological University has registered that before the first, until the first fact checks, so the moment when the fake content appears up until the fact checking, 15 minutes passes, and it manages to harm already. So it's not just the first impression, but the response to the first impression, which is harder to change. And during these 15 minutes are critical now, but this is only the first. So, and is the network of truth part of it, or is it another aspect? It's a bit different aspect. I will talk about it too. It is also a special operation on infecting AI with fake disinformative content, with certain messages. So let's say there are special websites, thousands of websites. They are also generated by AI, yes. And they are created in order to be read by AI, not for people. People don't read them. It's read by AI and then uses them in its replies to requests of users. So the user is asking about something, let's say something Ukraine related, And AI gives them messages that were preliminary created. So a lot of effort is made to give this information, to feed this information into AI. And the next moment is the use of AI in politics, elections. And so there are already instances and examples were given. And now we can recall those nonsense fakes with Zaluzhny or Zelensky, and they were nonsense because this technology was as developed back then. I think it would be different now. And we can underestimate the impact of such fakes, such deep fakes, because we only know, we remember and pay attention only to the brightest examples, yes, that were beyond the limits of some bubble. But then there is the mass flow. For example, the stories about medication you refer to, this is the triggering type of such messages, but it's not only about medication. They can talk about Ukraine, and that tomorrow they will take cars from everyone for the front line, or that you have to urgently go to the ATM and withdraw your cash. So all these videos, they are targeted at a specific, most vulnerable audience, usually. I have traced it using my mom's example, who is 75 years old, and Facebook doesn't show me that type of content. Even if when I look for the pages, she reads, but my mother is sending them to me. I can teach you. My sister is good at this. I looked for them, and in the search, and you can find them there. This is the way I was doing it and studying this, because she is targeted. She is the target. When she lives in that information space, you can't even imagine if she believes what she's shown, and it affects her decisions that she makes. But this has to be further on explored, you know, and we need to improve our ways of exploring it. And here, it is important to understand they are using trust manipulation. They are mimicking, you know, the authority media or influencers. And second of all, this is the content that is created like by my neighbor, some fake blogger. We have completely synthetic accounts that are talking about something on the video, and they are also created in mass nature. And it's a blogger who sits in the car and talks about something, and we trust them because they look like us and they remind us just regular people. This is like and then there's a separate thing, like the theft of identity. So when the real people's appearance is used to do some messages, like the loud Chinese campaign, when the Ukrainian vlogger Olga Loyek, she was used, her face was used to communicate to Chinese audience in Chinese language pro-Russian messages. And this was found out. So they manipulate the trust and the sources people trust. And this way they are disrupting trust to these well-known sources. Next thing is the algorithms, how the algorithms facilitate these things. And the algorithms do facilitate it because the algorithms give us the content that is perfectly suitable for us. So it is in line with the tone of our communication. It is in line with my interests or even the topics I used to search. And so they help this way, these fakes, information to get to their audience. And it's done at incredible speed, and this is very dangerous. Yes, I can talk long, but using the study that you disagree a lot with. Yes, now I will refer about the study that I disagree with. Yes, there was the study. Last year was known as the year of elections, almost all over the world, in many countries. And in the University of Columbia, the group of scholars have analyzed all deepfakes that were registered during the electoral campaign in different states, well-known states. It was at the end of last year.
насправді вони є такими загрозливими, як їх вважають, тому що вони там
They analyze that whether it is indeed a threat, because people are frightened with deepfake AI, but is it really a problem? Maybe it's not. And they have taken those deepfakes recorded by fact checkers, analyzed their influence, the content, whether it was disinformation, whether some instrument for improvement of some information.
І вони це дослідили, і вони
And they have researched, and they made the conclusion that actually the cheap fakes,
їх більше було зафіксовано.
more of them have been recorded, and they cause more damage. And they made an interesting paradox conclusion, because they said that the proposal of disinformation, the proposal of information influences is growing. There are people who want to make money on it, clickbaits, and there are people who would like to achieve some political objectives or geopolitical objectives. However, the demand does not increase because the audience of all those influences other people who incline towards such beliefs, people inclined to look for information which corresponds to their beliefs, and the people who have other beliefs, a person from external group, will see that deepfake they will never believe because it does not correspond to their beliefs. And they make a conclusion that this is not that fearful, because also its influences are competing for the same rather small audience. I disagree with them, because as you may know, during any elections, not only elections, any polarizing topic, when it exists, there is an audience, and it is huge, which did not decide, and there is a fight, there is a struggle for it, rather than for those who are convinced. Of course, they will actively widespread this information, and yet the biggest threat is the people who did not decide, who don't have hard beliefs, who trust certain sources, which could be fraudulent or false. And it's good that there are also other research which about the threats are listed. They receive attention, and more such research is needed, especially the impact. Because this impact is not finally research. We know that such things exist, but we don't exactly know how they influence. And the question is, this all has to be investigated. And I will finish on the positive note of the speech. We as the media have to cherish the trust to our sources, because today one can really forge this information. It's hard to differentiate. Intuitively we cannot. With special instruments we still can, but it is being improved. There's a lot of information, we don't manage to work on it, and therefore trust is the key. It's not that important which content, and it's important from which source, and whether we trust that source. It's important not to undermine the trust with clickbait, other unwise behavior. Indeed, we would like to make quite a lot of comments, and also undifferentiated at some point on the reels. There was quite a lot of video on how they save the polar bears, or they clean up the whales. Some of those videos have been clear that something is wrong. Yet I was stopped on the number of fingers on the paw. Also in motion it doesn't work. When someone moves the hand, there could be some errors. And you may guess that something is wrong with that video, but quality is growing exponentially. About the fraud, I would like to return back to Pavlo. There will be a transition to Yulia. I really recommend you to have a look, unless you saw the video of Bigos Info, about the activity of call centers, because the call centers are one of the ecosystems, the elements of ecosystems of this fraudulent clickbait. Whenever there is advertising for payment or for sale of particular goods. And I really recommend, not because I'm on the video, but as I have demonstrated the scale, the problem,
все одно це ще верхівка
and
айсбергу.
actually this is a tip of the iceberg.
І от, власне, якраз
And generally, I would like to move to Julia,
тема, яка
because there is a topic that everything we discussed. Yes, we speak of the threat. We understand there is a threat. This is like you run through the road, and if you drive 120 kilometers per hour, then the threat will be higher rather than you drive 50 as required by the rules. When we speak about that, we understand there is a threat, we can see it, we can identify, we can measure it, and we can talk about it. However, this threat may cause something physical and very dangerous. I know that Julia is involved in a very interesting study. She has very unexpected field. She is outside of Ukraine. I would like Julia to tell us how they use AI about the people and how this affects the physical world.
Дякую, Ігоре. Мені здається, воно впливає на фізичний
Thank you, Igor. It affects the physical world, both in Ukraine and abroad. As the colleagues have discussed that nicely.
Я працюю в Центрі інформаційної стійкості.
I work in the Center of Information Resilience. We also work in Ukraine as well. Yet I will speak more about international cases. Our main field is investigation of war crimes, the monitoring of the work and investigation of terrorist groups, hazardous information, influences of foreign states, hostile foreign states. And of course, for the recent years, we have seen quite a big impact and increase of significance of AI in every process where we investigate. Therefore, I believe I can focus on two aspects, mostly as the first one, as my colleague said before, about the trends. This is the use of AI for content generation, of different type of generation for different objectives. And this is important to understand, once again, as we said before, how easy it became to make information operations or any other aspects. Previously, it was a big agency, Internet Resource Agency, bought a farm, the large building, a lot of hired personnel, and now one person with one of few instruments of AI can make sufficiently influential information operation, quite substantial one. And if we speak, before the panel, we spoke of the latest anthropical studies, that it is very easy to infect LLM models, even with small part of content, to infect them with hazardous narratives. I will discuss the cases from other countries and those which are not pretty obvious things of the use of AI in the context of both hazardous informational influences and particular tasks in enemy countries or terrorist groups. If you can see to the right upper corner, you will see a set of screenshots with a video which was generated by AI after the past year attack of Islamic State in the province Khorasan in Banyan, Afghanistan. And it's very interesting that straight after this attack, quite a lot of news and statements have been disseminated, which have been generated by AI. Why it was interesting to us, though the use of AI at that time was a bit less important, a bit less common. Yet we need to look wider in the context of the state and the countries where it is used. In the religious context, especially Islamic context, there are a lot of allegations of the users of the publication of that content, that this generation of images of people and Islamic Sunnitic text is directly prohibited. And there is still growing number of content generated by AI in the context of terrorist organization, extremist groups, and then religious discussions in terms of is a part of the world. Of course, such religious discussions are irrelevant for our eastern neighbors who are using AI and generation of content with the help of AI for quite many possible objectives. One of them is recruitment of volunteers Russians to the African Corps. The African Corps is the successor of what Wagner has turned into in Africa. What I like to note, as a colleague said before, AI is like a multiplier, as a booster. Yet the narratives remain stable, and the approaches remain stable. Actually, Russians quite often are using sexualized sexualized pictures of women to achieve their objectives. This is a screenshot of one of the groups on Telegram where Wagner carries out its operations on recruitment. And here we can see sexualized images of women. They have a video with African women who are in explicit clothing in the sexualized way, say, well, we wait you here, everything will be just fine here. Also, AI helps to increase the number of such pictures, because making such a video is not that easy. And today, this topic is very sensitive, because AI has a trend to generate sexualized pictures of women. Therefore, we can see a circle which repeats itself. On one hand, the models generate such pictures. On the other hand, we feed the models with such tasks and to generate such pictures. Speaking of using AI for generation of context, we started recruitment into various organizations and structures. And here the aspect is different. You can see the picture and screenshot from Alabuga Start program. Unless you know, Alabuga Start is a factory of drones which fly on us in Alabuga, in Russian Alabuga. What they do, they recruit African women in order to work this factory of death. Nowadays, in the context of recruitment to Alabuga and recruitment into the structure, a lot of generated content with the help of AI. Because this is easy, because this is cheap, because one can set the tone of skin, color of skin, which corresponds to a person who can associate himself or herself potentially with the potential opportunity of going to Russia and changing their lives somehow. Of course, people whom they target, regretfully, we can just speculate in the context of targeting, because Yulia was telling a lot about the study in this aspect. We didn't really study it, but of course we can speculate that the targeting AI also helps targeting. Yet in the context of content generation, what was interesting for us is at first Alabuga was looking for people, looking for girls and women from Africa. At some point, they decided to include into their range of recruitment Latin America. And if you have AI, it is easy to adopt the content within a few clicks at some point. In addition to African looking women, also women looking like Latin Americans, just in one click. Also, AI works quite well if it's necessary to generate some videos to which the model can be already trained for. We saw quite a lot of videos of recruitment. Alabuga, New Legoland, Yalabuga, New Disneyland, and of course nobody mentioned that this is a military plant of production. Quite many elements, including trafficking human beings, passports are taken away, and nobody mentions that Ukraine bombs those plants, because this is absolutely wonderful military target. And to women in Africa and Latin America, they never tell of it. One moment I would like to underline that they discuss a lot about content generation, and we cannot nicely measure the influence of this content directly. Yet at the same time, we have certain proof that this content affects. And as the colleagues discussed before, now people massively trust AI. Please imagine you're living in some conventional place, a small town in the center of Ghana. And then some advertising flies, and the first thing you ask, AI will ask, what is Alabuga start? And regretfully, the quantity of content is so sufficient. Even if tested with few models of AI, usually Alabuga start produces like incredible opportunity for the young people to work in the wonderful country of Russia and so on. Therefore, it is important to overcome that narrative and that output of AI with any other information, because on Alabuga, a lot of investigations from big media, Associated Press wrote a lot, quite a lot was published, yet AI can generate much more information, and it looks like LLM models trust Russian websites, and therefore, regretfully, this is what is the output. Only one of the models gave us something like potential risks in small font, and yet, if we summarize, we are really concerned that the AI in bad hands is a threat to ourselves and our security and the security on the global level. I cannot finish as Olga with a positive note. I will put it in the into the air, and that's it.
Дякую. І у нас залишається кілька хвилин, і все ж таки я би хотів от наших... Ви всі дуже досвідчені, да? І ви дуже давно колупаєте цю тему.
So you have been digging this topic, and shall we make a fast, quick brief
Де ми опинимось
where we shall find ourselves on the next Donbas Media Forum, and what shall we do? Shall we dig the pit for a burial? Shall we make a bomb shelter made of concrete? Where do we move? By your feelings, looking into the trends that we can observe. Shall we start with Pavlo? Because virtually he cannot look into our room, minute by minute each. We can see how the last speaker, there are quite many threats, and we are reactive to such things. And we need to, wonderful question. Based on the trend, and now we can be prepared that we are catching up. In order to prepare in the better way, we need to try, like the information campaigns, to make among the users, because the users are the basis. This is what is focused for them. They are the entities. As for the speakers who did not formulate the opinion, to try their level of critical thinking of the information analysis. And also we need to try that this problem we need to fight in every link, because if we speak about the content generated by AI, it is disseminated on a platform of social networks. This is one link. Targeted on the users, that's another link. Transfers to some sites, this is also a link. We need to cooperate with organizations which moderate such sites. Also, they recruit the people, like with fake medical drugs. Also, people from call centers, that's another link. We need to try to work with every link and to generate those requests from our info space. I will speak of the regulation. Regulation is important. Also, freedom of expression is as a value, yet open regulation is needed. We need transparency. We'll not go into details. It is needed on many stages. And we don't have much time to discuss on every stage. Transparency is needed of how social networks formulate where they take information from, how they formulate their response. Some transparency must also be there. The studies are needed.
Зараз є вже такі певні організації, певні такі асоціації.
There are certain associations of those who are in favor of ethical AI, producers of ethical AI. Actually, we cannot add everybody, but this is also needed, such movement for ethical AI, the use of ethical AI for fact-checking, for the fact-checking, to respond, and so on. It develops, so this is a game, and we need a game of cat and mouse, and we need to continue playing, because we cannot overcome. Increase of media literacy, AI media literacy, to explain to the users that people must understand, listening from school, maybe kindergarten, how AI works. What are the manipulation, if people understand how it works, and they understand where they can manipulate.
На одній з конференцій, якраз про яке ти згадував, я на TED-AI, якщо
on TED-AI, I hear the speech about the use of AI for improvement of critical thinking. We need not such AIs which formulate the responses we would like to hear, but the one which tunes up and makes challenges, who ask questions, makes arguments, and they say, why do you believe like this? Another three arguments. They don't have to say a thing.
Юля?
Я, напевно, буду дуже коротка в цьому, тому що штучний інтелект – це лише інструмент набагато більшої...
AI is an instrument of the wider framework. If we fight against the instrument, we will lose, because with the help of AI, we cannot overcome the AI because we are not there. The only thing we can do is to think generally what is the information influence.
Навіть не в контексті інформації. Для мене штучний інтелект – це лише один маленький аспект набагато ширший. Тобто нам, власне, треба робити те, що ми робили, тільки набагато швидше,
we need to do what we do.
І набагато
We need to do it more effectively with the help of AI.
Я насправді доволі оптимістична. Ось на попередній
I'm quite optimistic, and on the previous panel on media literacy, and there was a wonderful question from the moderator Diana Dusek that we have quite many people know about the problem with disinformation. How we turn it into action? That actually they act in line with such knowledge. And we can say the same as the influence on us by the AI, that we shall feel the social network with video of recruiting to a labo guy. Doesn't mean that immediately it turns into very high percentage of the population that will go there. It means that the problem is not, yes, of course, they have been, they became massive, cheaper, this is simplified, and sorry, there is a problem. And yet we are still the people who take decisions, not based on one video. Others are more vulnerable, they can believe they are fraudster, and yet we take decisions on quite many factors. And our community, the people who are around us, our friends and our family, our relatives, our book club, which is boomed because people are tired online. We need human communication. And AI makes us tired. Therefore, I'm optimistic, and I believe that we change, and the technology changes, and yet we are quite stable, and we can use AI for the benefit in order to counter. And the last gift to the audience, I request the technical people to put on the screen what is demonstrated by Pavlo. We could not help using the AI. Pavlo shows the presentation.
Чи не вдається?
If you can make it.
Вдається? Чи не вдається, да? Ні, ну да. І наступний
Oh, yes, I
кадр,
can see it
так,
as the next
зовсім.
frame.
Власне, я вас вітаю, ви проголосували
So you
проти
have
ШІ.
voted against
Поки ви тут
AI.
сиділи,
I
власне,
congratulate you.
ви вже
Well, you have been
маніфестуєте,
sitting
і
here,
штучний
you are now
інтелект вам в
manifesting,
цьому допоміг.
and the AI helped you in that.
Дякую Олі Юркова, Юлії Чекольбу,
I think Юлія Юркова, Юлія Дукіч, Ігор.
Трошки займав час.
It took some time, and thank you for being so active. I can see you a little bit, and I hope that you can return in one year to this topic, and we shall speak of some interesting things.
Дякую.
Дякую, пане Ігоре, дякую вашим
Thank you, Igor. I would like to thank the speakers who have been with us online. Dear friends, now there is a small lunch break, then we shall return back for continuation of the discussion on another platform. I would like to remind you that there was open microphone, interactive installation from Conganze Prize. Those who have left the video requests, the questions can hear replies in Kachovka room during the special discussion from representatives of Premium. And we shall continue after the break once again in this room and other rooms speak about important things. Thank you.
greet on the stage the moderator and the speakers, I would like to tell you some useful information. So, by the way, for your convenience, as of 3 p.m., there's going to be the mobile department of Ukrposhta operating so that you could send some present impressions of the 3 days of the training home. Also, you can purchase there the letters and also traditional, the Ministry of Culture have provided books for dissemination among the participants of the forum. And the books will be provided at 4 p.m. On the table where there was the book stand of ours. So please benefit from this if you're interested. Our next platform on our big stage, new social architecture, media for a fragmented society, dear friends. The Ukrainian society is becoming increasingly fragmented. Values, experiences, and identities shape different realities. All these aspects are turning into new lines of division and conflict within the country. Can the media become a space for encounter and dialogue rather than just another bubble? During the discussion, we will talk about the future of journalism, the responsibility of editorial offices, and the new models of communication that help to stitch society together. I would like to invite to the stage the moderator, Timofey Brik, rector of Kyiv School of Economics. Please meet him. And also the speakers, Oleg Sakyan, co-founder, National Platform for Alliance and Social Cohesion, Katerina Kobernik, editor-in-chief of Bubble, and Kirill Lukarenko, chief editor, Громадське. Please meet our speakers. So I would like to give floor to you, Timofey. Yes, and I would also like to invite a few more people. While we were preparing for this panel, we just decided to invite more speakers. We also have Anna Kalushna, who is the work correspondent and freelancer, and also Tatiana Yakubovich, who works in the radio Donbas reality, the senior editor-in-chief. Senior producer. So I would like to say a few words. On my behalf, I'm no representative of media. I'm a sociologist, and from my side, I often think about polarization. And there is a paradox that sociologists say that there is no, if you take a macro look, they would say there's no polarization in Ukraine. But if to talk with every person in separate, everybody feels the pressure of polarization. And also, if to talk to representatives of media, we often talk about fights and quarrels. Oleg, did you want to say something? Yes. It seems to me that
з точки зору символізму того, що з нами немає частини тих, хто захищає, тих, хто в полоні, тих, хто загинув.
So these placards that you can see that are placed on the chairs, they symbolize the ones who are not with us. And the problem is not that one of the placards is not present in the room, but the problem is that these are the unexpressed viewpoints, projects that were not established. I think the placard looks more organic on the stage, because big tragedy that those who died will not be able to be here with us, and this seat must be reserved for them. Thank you. I think it is an important gesture, and it's important to remember for all of us about people who gave their lives for us to be able to keep on talking. And for this discussion, I would like to first ask Anna Kalushna to express herself, who is a war correspondent now. And you have a unique experience because as a war correspondent, you work with very sensitive and important things the society doesn't even want to hear about sometimes. because during the war there are many problems, and it seems to be your work to talk about these problems. But while you talk, the conflict may occur or even threats, and it's a big pressure on you. So I would like to ask you about your viewpoints, how you are dealing with it, what can you advise, how to cope with such a difficult work? Many questions, many thanks for the opportunity. I would like to thank to Katarina. It was her idea to invite me here because I was supposed to be at a different panel about the cyber threats. But since this panel is about polarization, I think, frankly speaking, it's more important. Because me, just like you, I don't understand why sociologists say that there's no polarization in our society. It exists, and with many parameters. There are witnesses, for example, and there's a category of people, like a very
часто породжує конфлікти в соцмережах і але це маленька група людей. Зараз у нас
very polar opinions, but that's not a big group of people. But now we have two big groups of people between whom there's polarization. Even if it's not articulated, it always remains here. And of course, this is the insult to the military, all those who are neighbors, friends who didn't go to the war and who's avoiding the war. In 2022, I understood what this phrase could lead to. You live your life, you take photos in the cafeteria, just how wonderful it is for us to take latte here while you are fighting in the front line. And I don't know why, but intuitively, as I don't have some philosophical or politological education, I'm a journalist, but already back then I knew this was an incorrect communication. We had to communicate in the way to make people ready to join the war. So the journalist is the profession that is very strongly correlated, and the journalists can do a lot for the war, with the word, with the position, actions, but each of us in our spot should do it. If we would communicate this back then, maybe the polarization we have now wouldn't be there. In my reports, as of 2023, in each of my reports, one of the protagonists would say, we need people, we need people, we need people. So first, these were just so at first it sounded as a call, but then it was like a blaming. And now I think everyone is tired and disappointed. And in one of the reports, the military feel this way. Those who went to the war in 2022 and God thanks survived and they keep on serving, they just understand that there will be no support and there will not be volunteers to join the army, the one that they expected to happen. And this is the main polarization which exists in the society, in my opinion. I understand why the state made a few mistakes, like didn't set any timeline for the service or term. And the civilians, I understand the civilians who don't want to go and to be lost as the game in cards. And that's where the work of journalists should kick in. Me as the war correspondent and other journalists who work on the social political topics to communicate the following. For these polar groups not to feel that way and for them to find the understanding, common understanding, the majority of the society would have to go through the war. And then this can be fixed But since there's no understanding like that yet, or somebody just lives and does their own business in the same way they were doing before 2022, like we all had our lives, somebody is becoming more active as part of this. But there are like two groups of people, those who are in the front line and those who are not. And this polarization and everybody is trying to argument the way they can. I haven't seen the military who don't think about this, or the civilians who don't think about it, or the civilians who don't feel discomfort because of this, next to those who feel this resentment or an insult. Okay, a follow-up question. I really want, after this panel discussion, for people to leave the room with some new understanding. I followed your work a bit, and it looks like you're doing very challenging things now, like you're criticizing the servicemen during war is difficult, or to praise DTAG during war, knowing that DTAG once historically had a negative history. That's also difficult. And you somehow find the efforts to do this, knowing about polarization. The question, what is your support? Is it that the feeling of the mission or the journalist standards? How do we all understand that these things must be done? Where is your source of energy? You know, it's my internal compass. Yes, I write many calls for my colleagues, journalists, because many of my colleagues on anti-corruption sector would say this following way. They write on the topics as if we are in 2021, like there is no existential threat to disappearance of the nation, as if there is no front line with that is over thousands of kilometers, as if Pokrovsk, Mirnograd or Kupiansk are not surrounded. So they're talking about some political authority. It's like this agitates me because I have been into anti-corruption journalism, and I followed the energy sector and tried to see what Rinat Akhmetov was trying to promote. Yes, he did it in 2022. He was trying to lobby for his interests, for something to be reimbursed to him. But there is another side to the way that DTAG operates. And this is very unique because I saw just how much people who work with their hands in regions, you know, like fixing everything, they bring so much more use and they're mending this world rather than us who say we are journalists and we are experts and we are the elite. But actually people from DTAG go and mend tech equipment with their own hands. So I also said that journalists are to highlight this. Yes, maybe they will not get many views on this, rather than someone who won the tender or who shook Yermak's hands, but where there's lobbyism. People respond to that more, but I'm saying that, by the way, it would have worked very well if the journalists would also show good stories. Not about Akhmetov, I'm not saying this. You don't have to prepare a report about Akhmetov Fund, no, but not to focus on things we have been focusing before 2022, because most of those topics are not important, I think, anymore. And that's why I am fond the way Babel does it, because they do conduct an in-depth analysis. They're trying to figure out this, because there's polarization between the public sector and the government or the authority.
Там, не знаю, влада за кордоном, в них там жесть, непонятно, чи нам виділять гроші. Ні, ми щас ми вам...
Wondering if the authorities would allocate money to us. But what makes me angry is that people seem to be living in the framework only of the government.
привносять цю поляризацію, а не намагаються якось її згладити.
Block, and that's all. Yes, yes, thank you. These are valuable thoughts. I would like to pass the floor to Tatiana, as I know that you have selected this panel discussion, so it means that you are also into this topic. I would like to hear about your opinion about polarization. I also follow your media. You do a lot of interesting life stories. You trying to bring together Ukraine together. Thanks to you, people learn more about Donbas and people from Donbas. But still, there are many stereotypes in Ukraine, and they remain. So I'm interested in your opinion. So what are you doing? Do you worry about the polarization? Thank you, Timothy. I have a few hypotheses. I'm not sure it's true. They're true, but these are some versions, like what should we do about polarization? And in my work, I'm trying to see if this could work. First of all, I think that Ukrainian media, journalists in Ukraine, they need to stop they stop rejecting the topics which they think the public will not be interested in. I'm sure that most of colleagues remember those who started in the journalistic department. One successful channel, during planning, they have the picture of their target audience that is called the housewife Larissa, and they test topics on this housewife. I think that in the modern world, this will not work anymore. If you see that certain topic is in demand because you enter the cafeteria and you hear people talk about this, they talk about the military, the rotation problems of the infantry, because they're afraid of the drafting office because they don't want to be lost in cards. So people are bothered by this. Or we see that people share information about some situation connected to rehabilitation of the military. It's a private story and they share it and it becomes popular. When you publish something and it doesn't go popular, it means that you just lost competition to TikTok. It means that you highlight it in such a way or format that people don't find it interesting. So first of all, you need to not to discard socially important topics and not just to only use the statistics of Google Analytics, because there could be different reasons, like the quality, first of all, and to listen to real people more, the topics where there is demand for. This is mistake one the media has now. And second is the fear in front of they fear the judgment because everybody's criticizing bloggers. Yes, whoever is talking, they're saying that there are very cool media who are using the standards, but bloggers, they have conquered all because bloggers are more popular, because people don't want to be media literate and to read the classical media. And there are certain reasons for this fear in front of value judgment. And this was because of propaganda. And that's why the standards were created. And that's why they started to analyze it thoroughly. But the full-scale invasion showed how media can lose in some situations, or even quality Western media who maybe abuse the balance or discarding the subjective opinion. I think the journalists have to get rid of the fear in front of the opinion, opinion stylistics, and to implement it vice versa. Maybe it's time to find other tools which can make us safe from the poor quality value judgment. But we can't say that people don't listen to bloggers, go and read classical media. Well, we can't, the audience is not obliged to follow our instructions or to study which are the good quality media. It means that we are to meet their their needs. Because when people don't see the good quality military analytics and then go and listen to either Yuri Butusov because they give this analysis, the classical media are afraid to see what's happening in the divisions. So this is the challenge for the journalists, but not a claim against the audience. I have two follow-up questions. So do you believe in the successful financial model? Because your first item is not possible to be discussed without financial model item, because there's interaction with the audience and monetization. So your experiment, when you said that it's important to stop rejecting topics that may become not popular, and do you worry that this opinion can lead to more polarization when everybody will start competing with their opinion? Well, the question about financial independence and whether I believe it, well, see, if we say that financial independence exists depending upon the ratings, well, yes, we can produce good product, we can adapt content for social media for it to become as popular as other content to please the audience. But another thing is whether this financial independence is possible even with good ratings. That's a different discussion, because from experience, I can say that not always. There are many examples when financial independence is not always there. Of course, you have to try to approach these figures to be financially independent. As for the second question, that's interesting. You see, it just leads us to have quality analytics, helping the society to understand what's going on in the sphere of defense, mobilization. Then this should not lead to polarization. Maybe it's about the way we are to make protect ourselves against propaganda. Okay, thank you. And now I would like to ask Katerina, because I think that these comments are also relatable to what you do. I also follow what you do, but it seems to me that you are often speaking about financial model and the survival of media, about professionalism, and about fights. So what do you think? Are we all wrong? If you had carried out the analytical analysis, but I don't think you do it free of charge. I mean, monetization of good quality media is almost impossible in today's Ukraine. And as for the standards that are necessary, and about, well, fights or misunderstandings, well, yes, Babel often uses some controversial topics, and we're often criticized for this, even before large-scale invasion. However, I'm really curious to listen to the participants of this panel discussion, and I thought about the value judgment that has to be added. And I should say that I see very little number of smart journalists that I don't want to read their judgments in the articles, because this is the question of the intellectual development. And if the person is underdeveloped intellectually, but it happens so that they are the journalist, and if the editor has checked the collected facts and we can trust them. I wasn't on the phone while you were presenting. I just wanted to find a famous blogger, Lachenkov, and he, as far as I remember that he was writing something. They told us to go to his post, and I found his post about Ohmadit, and he used some swear word. If we would add this word in the article, a swear word, maybe we would get more readers, because it's about emotions. Because prior to this, you said that Leshko is an idiot, and people also think in the way. So with those words, swear words. So value judgment, I love it. We are sometimes playing with it in our titles, like, for example, spoiler something. By the way, when we had an audit some famous organization has conducted an audit, and they when you have to undergo the audit, they gave us high points, but they reduced our score because they said in our text, in our opinion phrase, if you say spoiler, and that's something that this is not okay. But they said that you should have text and analytics on the website, and I told them, but our texts are often analytics. How will we differentiate? And we would argue with them for 1 month, and they didn't change their opinion, and we didn't change our opinion either, because I don't know what else we could change that. What else should I comment on? Can you monetize such media? Yes, I wanted to take this conversation. This panel is about polarization, the reasons for polarization and our responsibility for it. I have a hypothesis that financial model is the key parameter here, that the media will chase after the materials that polarize because they have no other choice, because only this way the media are able to make money.
Від вас, представників медіа, що це може не обов'язково правда. Я
I've heard from you, the media representatives, that this is not necessarily true. This is done by the bloggers. I don't know how did they make the money, because YouTube does not give that much, unless your name is Sternenko, and Sternenko probably doesn't live just on YouTube earnings. It depends on financial model. If there is a dispute, it gives more audience, and not always the audience buys. Not all of the readers of some blogger or Telegram buys. Of course not. Also, Babel, as I believe that we shall proceed towards playing that we don't apply disputes and hide. We have our unique proposal. Taskozluk is on the other panel, reading your what you have written. So many people, as I would like to have, that they read and appreciate those people. Usually have money more than those who read Telegram channels. Statistically, if 50 people will finance 170% of the budget of Babel, then we shall make high quality analytics for everyone else. This is monetization of anti-hype. And for the last half a year, it looks to me that I can see a demand. It's not massive, not millions. Still, I see the demand. People come and they say, we would like to support you with substantial money, not the donates. I will make another clarification. Then going to Cyril, you speak of standards on one hand, on the other hand you say, well, on Babel we shall not play it. I believe it is also useful to discuss for everyone from the perspective of how to organize in practice. Many people would like to build their own media, their own business.
Ми іноді не знаємо, як будувати команди.
And we don't know how to build a team.
Змінювати культуру
teams and how to change the culture of the team. You say Babel was playing disputes and now we will not. No, we didn't. How do you do it? This is just intuition of the editor-in-chief who will punish everyone. Are there standards that must be written after the education? How shall we make that the media systemically operates in the directions as you discussed? When you are sick and you don't come to work, how you make sure that the journalist will not actually make disputes? You said before there are no smart people. I understand you ask a question, I understand that there is a simple question. As soon as a journalist, and journalists will agree, the colleagues will agree, those who are involved, as soon as a journalist take any topic, we wrote big profile, what did we receive for that profile? And in 2 years, I wanted those who were writing about Bezugla. I said, well, we told you, didn't we tell you 100 times? And we were right. We wrote absolutely right portrait of Bezugla. Yet we received a lot of criticism as the media office of the president and Mr. Remark personally. But there was a topic, who she is. who that Besugla is, why she allows so many statements, does she have that many experience, and our headline of profile was who and how she is. Because this is a question that people emotionally had, and as soon as you try to immerse into some topic deeply, you understand immediately there is no hype. There is no all that. There is some ambiguous story, some advantages, disadvantages, and those pluses and minuses are ambiguous. That phrase, not that ambiguous, maybe not that ambiguous, maybe in good context, sometimes in bad. If you speak of Nabu and Saab against the office of the president's office, whatever is unambiguous becomes ambiguous. If I don't come to work, people are used to digging deeply, and there is no hype. We still have 30 minutes. Cyril and Oleg will be involved, and I hope some questions will be asked from the audience. So this lamp blinds me. You have a lot of experience. You have worked a lot on громадське radio. Maybe I am naive. I just consumer media. I have the impression that perception of your radio where you have worked is this very deep, slow, intellectual content where you can find out about history and culture, anthropology.
І це ось таке, знаєте, те, що називають класичне медіа. А зараз ми говоримо про
classical media. And now speak of challenges of the modern world, when you can lose competition to TikTok, when there is hype, when there is polarization, and your experience is quite interesting. When you come to the new position, what are your challenges? If you would like to have the experience of the past, or instead will you change anything in light of the modern challenges? This is a wide question. With clarification question, I would like to narrow down. Could you please respond? I would say that when you work for the media, that you build together with colleagues as the one which is intended for a small target audience. There is always a risk that you work nicely for this audience which is small and everything is quite harmonious. You understand each other and you are asked smart questions and you walk away from that bubble and you can see that the world is different compared to what you have built for yourself with your journalist team and your most devoted readers and listeners and viewers. There is a danger. This is a tower from ebony where scientists are locked, and yes, there is part of the journalists who also try to move to that tower and hide themselves from those people who are not burdened with intellect, whom it is difficult to communicate, because they have primitive arguments who think that how to feed themselves, and also they have 15 minutes to scroll Telegram, and this is how the view of the world is built on. And based on that, they will go to the next election when they take place. And we don't know when. There is another approach when we work with a big audience, and that audience is not so homogeneous. Inside that audience, there are different viewpoints. You are united with a very general topic, and you are trying to be similar to that audience, that the audience would recognize themselves like they recognize in bloggers, and you are trying to talk to them on different topics, and yet you can see that mostly they take into account the topics which are brightly formulated, which are submitted maximally from the person who has come and has seen and discussed what they have seen. I believe this is the same challenge as working for more narrow audience. And as Katerina said before, those people and not so smart.
Це виклик працювати з цими широкою
This is a
аудиторією.
challenge to work with the wide audiences which are not that smart, and anyway, we need to like them. We need to find to those people something we love them for.
Я не знаю, ми любимо тих людей, якого ми любимо, навіть
We love those people while we love their imperfection. I spoke of journalists. It's not about the wide audience. When I worked on the biggest reports in Ukraine, the TSN,
Чесно, я вміла прям,
I had the skill.
трогательне відношення до цієї
We
аудиторії.
had a nice attitude towards that audience. But this was only about journalists. Yes, it was my confusion. One has to work with journalists that love their audiences, and for them to find the capacity, and also they come with bridges. I think it's important for journalists to find the understanding with their audiences. Yes, indeed, intellect is needed, and intellect is not needed in order to come closer. If there is a gap with the audience, one has to get closer in order to pull them somewhere where it will be better for them. This is social engineering, probably.
А вам не здається, що тоді
And
включається
it's not
якась
possible without it. Then some topics
месійності, що журналіст
of being a messiah, that the journalist must be slightly more than the journalism. That's social engineering.
Ми на це дивимося, тобто ми спілкуємося з
We communicate with those people.
Ми хочемо,
We would like to work with them.
наша поляризація насправді
Polarization isn't this a reflection of social engineering? What we are discussing, polarization, how to overcome, who will overcome. Shall we do it? Then we are the messiah who carries that banner. And let us that polarize the audience to stitch back. And for the war, indeed, this is needed.
Тому що ми маємо допомагати цій аудиторії залишатися
We need to help those audience to become integrated.
Вона з одного боку фрагментована.
Because it is fragmented on one hand, and instead it's hard to polarize because it's dissipated into small pieces. And each of those patches, if they find the feedback momentarily, they may turn into the big patch, and the audience will run there, and they may cause such things that nobody guessed. Like it happened in summer, as we had with protests. Those patches are very active, and they can merge together like mercury and carry some kinetics which will break through some social things. Therefore, on one hand, we would like ourselves to be integrated in society. On the other hand, if that integrity is based on those things that we dislike, that integrity will destroy the things we would like to have. Those are dangerous things. And we as journalists need to work with that. As we make our topic of the media, in Ukraine the media is formerly journalist team. Throughout the world, the media is the same where the bloggers work, where a person speaks up. And this is a platform which belongs to huge entities, which make a lot of money, also on bloggers, also on the media, on what we call media. That polarization inside of some leviathans, half business and half they have, as I understand, some support from some countries. I am going outside of the discussion. It's an interesting topic. I really like when you speak about genetics. This is the opportunity to give the floor to Oleg, because you have very specialized expertise, because you work with people, you create platforms to overcome polarization. If you discuss something theoretical, then you are practically trying to do that. And I have a question. Who is right, if there is polarization or if there is no polarization, and what to do specifically to overcome polarization? This will solve our problems. And we should say,
На жаль, на цьому тільки дискусія розпочинається. Я не медійник.
this will be just beginning of the discussion. I'm not a media person.
В мене є свій
Yet I have my own blog.
І, в принципі, я його формував одразу як
And I have formulated immediately as a spice.
відповідь на питання, як
Where
просто
we
я думаю, що аудиторія називаємо так.
answers the question as spice for thinking audience. 70-80% of the people who are not tuned to the disputes, and there are no disputes. Even this makes me because speaking of conflicts, that is not bad per se, because today we speak of the no social architecture. From the perspective of social architecture, the conflict is one of the kinetic energies. The question is, when the conflict turns into polarization and destruction and fragments, another thing is when the conflict has a structure where the dialogue takes place, and we go for moving forward. The protest with cardboards, with agenda, responsibility, and structure. We know what is the structure of the process. And it's an immunity for the society in some situations. However, with that, unless there is such a structure, and if there is no leadership, then we speak of the role of media. If we speak of the role of the media, it says that media is an entity. Any agency means responsibility. Speaking of media, there is this responsibility to create the agenda and keeping the discourse. This requires intellect, also taking the conceptual leadership, and understanding what it is about, not just to inform, but to set a certain framework that individual polarizations find a place to express and find a place for discussion, find different language, because the third statement, polarization appears not when people say white or black, when they deactualize other common backgrounds, because every time we as society or as community on the local level, when we work, we are in certain perimeter, we have lots of common things, and yet it becomes secondary, because they actualize some pain, some people fight, others don't, and yet we can always go deeper. Whether they fight or they don't, whether they love the country, that's number 3. If they find they are volunteers or they are forced, who is good, who is bad? They went to fight voluntarily in 2022 or in 2014. And so in 2022, are they avoiding mobilization, or are they heroes, or they don't notice that there is a war? So we can fragment endlessly. There are some points which this is. I would like to focus on something, what is uniting, and looking at that through the prism of the problems. The topic of polarization of the military topic, there are numbers of the pre-frontline territories, occupied territories, territories in like Uzhgorod with no curfew, or Kharkiv, Zaporizhzhia, who are under shelling, not speaking of Kherson. It is out of any competition in the negative, like a number of other smaller pre-frontline towns in South Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, Kupiansk, and so on. And the problem is that the state, and this comes into politology field, does not create structures, does not keep the framework, that the conflict points move into dialogue, communications, and looking for solutions. And the state steps back and they say, please fight and decide by fighting, creating the deficit of resources, for which there is a struggle. Economic resources, and this would be like what? The Ministry Against Polarization. If you would like to bury something in Ukraine, create the ministry. If you overcome the ministry if you create ministry to overcome polarization, there will be 10 times more polarizations. The resource of the attention, for example, families of veterans, families of those who lost their lives and those who are not fighting, not in the army. As for the war, it begins in every
територію
House,
холодного миру або холодної війни,
apartment
залежно від
block
того,
turns into
налагодити
territory of cold peace or cold war. Whether people park their cars on the bed of flowers, if they do, it will be a trigger point that they start fighting.
Держава має задавати правила гри.
The state must administer rules of the game. The state must presume the notion of common
Трошки посперечаюсь, я не вважаю,
benefit.
що
I can argue, I will not argue. I believe that for this reason there are so many journalists, and I would like to agree with Tatiana. This indeed is the role of media as messiahship that, as you discussed before. For example, how does this be resolved? And also, I remember that a few economists wrote when the state proposed to increase taxes by some minimal amount. Well, it's clear because we have huge defense expenditures, and also there are people from Kherson and Pokrovsk who have nowhere to go to more or less good conditions. I went to those towns where they live are better in spite of shelling. We have quite a lot of IDPs. How this should have been resolved? Of course, by equalization of the living conditions of people behind the front lines and those closer to front lines. On my Facebook, whenever this would be fair. How this could be done in civilized conditions? By taxes. When the government tried to do that, there was a lot of noise from the business, those who are on the verge of survival, maybe some smaller businesses, and the one which feels themselves quite normally, simply defending their rights to live like before the war. Therefore, I started from it. I did not structure my thought. I believe the biggest polarization actually begins where there are people who defend their rights to live like before the war. And I'm writing that yes, people are less lucky that they live closer to Russia, and what shall we suffer now? Therefore, I speak of the role of the media. Why the media does not have to film some prosecutor who buys Toyota car. Maybe it's bad, but it's not the prosecutor who buys Toyota. Those who underpaid the taxes also did the same. They also buy Toyota. Therefore, I irritated the discourse in the media, not in every, remains at this as a level. Of course, Radio Liberty, Hromadske, as media where I work have changed their focus. Yet not all of them. There are big media in Ukraine which speak of some esoteric elections. I just laugh on it. This was conceptual leadership, and media speaks of elections. It means that they are the item of influence which does not reflect. This is a discourse which is imposed. When the media is a responsible agent and any form causes responsibility. And they assess whether it's constructive or non-constructive from the point of public mission. The society exists like non-fragmented entity. And this is the responsibility of the media. And we can talk about elections as well to understand this. And the request for high-quality content does exist. It is not in the white masses, and yet there is an enlightenment function in the media. If all the time we presume just expectations of the audience, in that case, every time we should degrade and degrade. It's as classics. I would like to complete my opinion saying that the media cannot and must not be the judge. They cannot be judgmental. Who is above everything, as I say, those are white, those are red, those are square form, those are rectangular form. And the media cannot join neither square ones nor rectangular ones. The media must be a moderator of discussion, it must keep the discourse it must set the agenda within the space of their readers by expanding it. And therefore, someone is ready to donate to support, they say, in that discourse, I'm ready to live. In that context, I'm ready to support. I'm ready to support media to influence the society, even in the hidden way, not declaring that there is a value. And completing the fragmentation discussion, sociologists are right, we are not fragmented. On macro level, there is no polarized society, but they fight against each other. Compare what happens in the United States, but slightly less. We have a lot of cracks in the foundation. We are not polarized. We cannot see from the space view. And also cracks with certain circumstances, right triggering, will start even greater fragmentation. And then those cracks, the media coming back to create the backgrounds which unite and to marginalize the discourses which accentuate the attention on the differences rather than looking for problem solutions. That's idealistic. However, with no love to our own society, because this is kind of country that we have with all advantages and disadvantages, society with strengths and weaknesses, and we have the time that we did not choose where we live. And we can either live in the world of pink pony, or instead in full apathy, or simply love our own society if we feel responsibility for its future, and work with no pink glasses to the reality where we are. Of course, using the ideals in order to move forward.
Власне, хотіла підкреслити оцей момент про запит.
I would like to underline that moment about the demand. To orient on the demand, we are used to thinking that this is like something bad, that orient on the willingness of people to receive some entertainment content. Actually not. There is a demand for most of serious topics. They could be made not interesting, and people will not accept. If you can hear from real people the classical phrase, why nobody speaks about? If nobody speaks about, it means there is a demand. You simply made it in such a way that it's in a place where it cannot be found. If you hear from people that they tell that some is wounded, is received of rehabilitation, 500 greener, and they make a scandal out of it. It means there is a demand for that topic, and one should make it in such a way that it comes to that addressee. I work for the university. I'm used to that people in the room also have their questions. Could you please think 1 minute for questions about questions, and I will make.
Що я почув, що для того, щоб боротися з загальною темою суспільної поляризації,
in order to fight with overall topic of societal polarization, it's important for the media to be important, to remember of the time where we live, rather than what it was before. It's not necessary to move to old template, dividing topics interesting and uninteresting. To remember of importance, and they have to make those materials of high quality, not to be afraid of judgmental judgments. If you do anything right, the topic will be ambiguous and deep, and the positive thing is that there is hypothesis, that business model is also there, that actually the audience is a demand for such complex topics. They must be done, and remember of leadership, and also one has to love the audience. It looks like I forgot nothing. Who wants to argue? Just introduce yourself. I have prepared what I wanted to say even before. When you made the summary, now I'm happy. That's called polarization. People come for conversation with the ideas already prepared. Not actually prepared in advance. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Andrei Dekhterenko. I'm a journalist. And yet I was trying to reflect what was discussed as a reader. There was a topic of the media about disputes, not about disputes. And I thought I would read the media about disputes like an item of research, and would support such media, there are quite many conflicts. And it's in echo camera of Facebook, polarized, not reflected, not researched, and actually leaving the people, or make the people the proponents of a particular camp, or leaving people frustrated. Actually, Ukrainian media fail to do quite many things. They systemically do not follow the quarrels or conflict of the week, conflict of the month. They don't try to find out what's behind, maybe to find advantages and disadvantages. I don't remember who said that in principle, in any civil war, in any serious systemic conflict, in any state, any society, there is just one reason. When people start to hate each other for some reason. And this is the fuel for the future fire starter. I understand why I would like to support such media, because I would like myself to understand how far we are from that point where the destructive processes of fragmentation or beginning of hostility become irreversible. I would like to support such media, and actually I miss a lot. And I saw how they do it abroad more efficiently. And we fail to actually work on it in the right way. This is my reflection, not question. Would you like to answer? I would like to look into the last podcast. We try to find out the scandal around Mr. Tegipko, not just from the point of science sociology. We have added a lot of subjective things, but it was just understanding of the quarrel from the point of general sociologists and partially science. And also we made with Gleb Gusiev and had to continue. Terrible person is about quarrels as well, in which we are trying to support another viewpoint to demonstrate the hate and cancel, not always justified.
Є такий аккаунт Укртві. Здається, це просто
There is account Ukraine. It's monitoring of such scandals of the week, but without deep reflection. Are there any other questions? Yes, thank you for the possibility to speak up. I would like to thank all participants of the panel. This was a deep discussion. I heard everything I wanted to hear. I'm Marta Naumova, the Institute for Sociology, Academy of Ukraine. I do not belong to the media community of Ukraine. For 25 years, I have been analyzing the society and the values and media, and these are the empirical studies. My question is the following to all of you. So first, a short statement. As a sociologist, based on the past 3-year studies, I don't see fragmentation in the society. I don't see polarization in the society. I see complications. I see that the society is such that it's hard to study, and we sometimes don't have the tools in place. It's about diversity of styles, lifestyles, preferences, the practices for consumption and media content, including about the climate of opinions that's diverse all the time. It's no fragmentation, that's a normal state of society. I completely support the statements of all of you when you were saying that media is the responsible entity for the society, if we talk about values. We are becoming more consolidated during the war, and that's clear. So my question is there at the moment the potential in Ukrainian media, potential and resources and goodwill to develop in your materials culture of unity, culture of mutual help, culture of cooperation, and the culture of the real dialogue, because you said that it's about the space for discourse practices, and it's about circulation and ventilation of certain narratives, and only this way. So do we have an opportunity? Because Timothy said, on the other hand, that there's a need to survive in the the modern media need to survive and need to monetize their products, and not only during the war. So, and if it's during the war, that's something that emotionally can, hook us. It's clickbait, it's hype, it's appealing to some sort of danger because we are people and we're humans and we are always in the survival mode. So my question is, do we have goodwill and resources? Thank you. A remark. Is there a potential, goodwill and resources? Ukrainian media do not have potential and resources. They have only goodwill. And that's all, basically. That's all that I can say. It's just that we only have 2 more minutes. We'll have 15 seconds left. Bubble, the only thing that Bubble can do in this direction is not to so the media should not give some instructions, so not to fuel it, not to ignite. Let's just show the way it is, should be, and let's be as sincere as possible. Yes, there is some topics moderation because there are many topics and you can always select what to do, what not to do. But for me, it would be best option if the media do not fuel, not to do something to disengage people, to separate people. When they do something just to get the audience on the one hand of the barricade and to make them loyal. Thank you. Well, for me, the answer is very simple. For me, this unification is to search for solutions. If you see the problem, if there is some social dissatisfied group, so show how to solve it. So thank you for this pass, because I think that there's nothing more important for media now than to just highlight the solutions to social conflicts. And one more thing, thank you for stressing on the point of view of sociologists, which says there's no fragmentation, because I skipped this moment, but I wanted to start with this. The way I see the mechanics of fragmentation as the problem for media, it's not that society has different interests in people, because this is the way it has always been like this. But the problem occurred only because only now information space is so plastic that it creates a bubble for people. Because before the social media algorithm, it wasn't like this. Whatever the interests were of yours, you only had 3 channels. But now, in 2-3 days, you can build up your social media in the way that you will only be like disengaged from the rest of the world. So within this context is the problem with fragmentation. Alex, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Thank you so much for this remark, especially concerning the complexity of the society, because we are in the situation when we need, and all of the institutes and the public institutes, the social institutes, we need to approach the level of complexity, because in accordance with the level of complexity of challenges, because we had to simplify to survive, but we cannot put life on hold. And this refers to media as well. I am arguing whether, or I'm fighting the thesis about, suing in. When I started working with many international organizations who are peace builders, because their favorite topic is cross-linking. But when you start cross-linking, they only worsen the conflict. And not just the media. This could be the response to the conflict that already happened in the acute phase. But the task is not to cross-link or to stitch on the diversities, but to find the common background and to offer it, because we may have different experience, different professions, and different preferences, yes, in politics including, but we ought to have something that's a common ground, that give us all the feeling of unity, and the media that creates the media that has the audience they're working with, and if they work responsibly, it's going to be the one that brings everyone together, because this audience has this media as one common thing, not just the source of information, but conceptual also values that will be in common. Then this type of media could also be deserving a round of applause. Okay, so we have taken all of our time, so if you have any other questions, please do that during the breaks. And thank you for all the participants of the panel and those who asked questions. Thank you, Timothy, to you and to your speakers, a joint photo. Yes, I'm asking you, dear speakers, to stay for one more minute to have a joint photo made. This year, this is also important, for Donbas Media Forum. Dear friends, so in 10 minutes, we're going to have one more platform here. Again, new discussions, and I would like to remind you that we also have the cinema hall, and at 15 there's going to be the film shown. So if you're interested, pay attention to this film. At 15:30 it will start, and in 10 minutes we're going to meet again here in this room on the big stage, Donetsk, to discuss the next panel. Katerina? Yes, everyone is here. Well, very well. So right now I would like to remind you that in parallel in all rooms, you can see which discussions are ongoing. And I would like to remind you that at 3 o'clock in Kakhovka room began the discussion. If you participated in the interactive installation from God's Prize, and if you left your video questions, that right now the representatives of the prize can answer all of your questions at 15. And here we also continue our work, and next panel, as already said, called From Audience to Reader, the future of content personalization, the perspectives of the development, and this panels will explore how Ukrainian media can combine traditional forms of audience engagement, such as event chats, newsletters, and social media activity. And in more detail, we'll talk about it in the discussion. Now I would like to present the moderator, Katerina Venchik, YouTube channel, Make a Nemo creator. Let's meet her with a round of applause, everyone who's here now. So, all those who will join Madam Katerina are the speakers. Yulia Vankova, Editor-in-Chief Liga.net. I'm inviting her. Dmitro Tishchenko, the edition Super Cities, the CEO. Please join us. Oksana Yakimets, Managing Director at Donbas Media Ukraine. And Troy Thibodeau, Director of AI Products and Services at the Associated Press. Yes, correct. So everyone is here. So let's act for a scenario. So Katerina, you know your speakers. One of the speakers that you have added. As far as I understand, that Mr. Troy is going to be online with us. Yes. And I skipped Andriy. Andriy, well, everybody will recognize you. Andriy Bobrikin, Executive Director of Ukrainska Pravda. So all is here. So Katerina, the floor is yours. Okay, thank you. Thank you, those who stayed at our panel. I'd like to thank our speakers who have joined after a very difficult and challenging day that we had yesterday. So our panel is like a logical continuation of the previous. At the previous panel, we talked about fragmentation. We are going to speak about personalization. Me, as the moderator, I would like to make this panel a bit more technological direction, because it seems to me that when we speak about personalization, at least 70% of it, we speak about technical solutions, about the way to pack it and how to further analyze it and what for. But perhaps you may have other thoughts. So the only so we don't see Troy. Yes, we have Troy. Okay, wonderful. We see Troy. So for me not to lose, as far as I understand, that Troy hears us, yes, and I hope that he understands us. If you do, please wave at us. Oh, thank you. And for me not just to lose contact with you. If you have anything to add in the process of the discussion, please be part of it, and you can interrupt at any moment, because 80% of time is always on people who are present offline, and we would also love to hear you. So, dear participants, let's start with the following: personalization of content. What for? I would kindly ask each of you to give me a brief answer in any sequence. Yulia, we can start with you. What for? What is the aim? What is the aim for content personalization? To satisfy the needs of the audience, of the reader. That's what for. So to collect more audience, that would, yes, to make it comfortable for them to, consume the content that we produce. Satisfying needs of the audience is an important aim of each media outlet. And we are identifying the needs and trying to satisfy them. So this is for their own convenience. It seems to me that personalization is about convenience and satisfying needs of the audience. I see. Thank you, Dmitro. Well, I guess I will agree. I will just give more details to understand like why. You know, we have undergone some transformation period when in 2018 we had the classical situation when a young person, 35, active, young, that's what we're writing for, and then it turned out this doesn't work. Then today it's about behavioral studies and why these people are consuming our product, and that it's not for inspiration or to spend time, but about satisfying their real needs. And unfortunately, they don't sound so pleasantly as we imagine it when you launch some media and you think, wow, it's going to be a big boom. I should say that we have the unbelievable ocean of information where the audience gets lost, and we need to give them something that's interesting, necessary, and something they need right now to this specific user at the specific moment of life and time, maybe also depending upon their mood and needs. Yes. Андрій? Well, it's hard to add now. Well, as for the media organization, I guess from their point of view, personalization also has one more aim, and that is to have a more efficient resources distribution. Like if you have some system that personalizes content correspondingly per demand, so maybe you can also spend your resources more efficiently, and we all have limited resources. I see. Thank you. What about you, Mr. Troy? So why do we need personalization of content?
Yes, I think from my perspective, personalization is finally going to get us past dead tree thinking as though that we have to deliver the same content, the same story shape to all of our users when they come to us with very different needs, very different interests, and very different levels of engagement. So it lets us actually treat our audience as individuals, which is something that we were limited by technology and unable to do for so long.
Дякую. З вашої точки зору, персоналізація контенту – це історія більше
So content personalization, is it more about package or is it about the content itself? So do we take the same content and then just pack it up in a different way, you know, knowing different portraits, and then we send via different channels, like the parcels to the audience? Or do we, you know, create separate content for different categories of population? Andriy, let's start with you. I think you need to clarify then, which personalization do you refer to? Because it seems to me that everything that you have just listed is personalization. But for me, personalization is on the level on content. It is something from the Space Odyssey world of 3,000 years. Usually personalization is in content distribution. Like there are some places on the website where the person can get the content they, with high probability, are going to click on. Or when it's in line with their, I don't know, portfolio. For me, content personalization, it's about distribution, primarily. So it's about us as journalists, as an outlet. We are producing the wide range. Like, let's say there are 6 key needs. We produce different content, various content, and the audience gets the chance to select, yes, which web page of media they want to have. Let's say we have something where we recommend, but there's also the window that they adjust to themselves, and they can only view the content they would love to see, but we have a lot more of everything. So for each taste, there could be their personal page of their own media, let's just say. Colleagues, anything to add? I haven't come up with it yet. Okay, I'll do it. As a representative of the advertising industry, I say that we, of course, are thinking about creating various content for various needs, for various, you know, advertisement agencies. But there is also the need to adapt the similar content to different audiences, having made it varied, well, like geographically wise, for example. But if we speak about dissemination of content to different countries, here what matters is the geography. Yes. So it's both, actually. It's content creation and its adaptation. Then I would like to give the example because I agree with everyone. So each and everyone can probably give their own understanding of this. And we can call it one way and another organization can perceive it in a different way. I just remembered, yes, we are doing this in distribution. We do personalization in distribution depending on the channel of communication. And we started practicing like the need that we cover for people outside of the city of Sumy. It's different because people lose the connection with the city, and then it's not that difficult to target them because some technical solutions for the local media to do personalization, they can't probably, but I know what capacity the newsletters have in the US, but we are doing it with our own hands. So correspondingly, we did do some things and we made some, you know, also calls also for people outside of Sumy. We would do one thing in Sumy, another thing outside of Sumy, and completely different thing for those who are abroad. So as for the product, we have one product, and in fact, we are not changing it. We have one audience, so it's not difficult for us. It's easier for us as a local media. And I can't say that there's nothing to personalize. It's just the one thing that people want to know, just about the city. So it is only personalized, yes.
We were trying to write it about people who live outside the country. They began to finance us and they were saying it's not interesting if you write about yourself. Please tell us what happens in the city. What do you think? Don't we create the bubble? Everybody who is used to it would choose on the website. In your case, this could be a person who for many years goes to legal life, and who cares about the other chapters, or vice versa. Someone just reads about business, not interested in neither life nor politics. We'll never go there. Where is the limit between personalization and the bubble? How to personalize the content and not create information bubbles that will never overlap in one's life. It's important to understand positioning of a particular media. I don't see a problem if someone will read only life and never read politics. There are such people. Obviously, they are different from those who read only business. Yet when we have written our positioning, and accordingly, we try to understand our reader. Our chapters are supposed to cover the needs of one particular target audience. If business is what they read, what they need for the work, life is what could be interesting for such people beyond the work. Therefore, I don't see a problem. Also, the policy via prism of money, we're trying to present, this is also a focus as the angle which would be interesting for our target audience. I don't see a problem. If someone just reads live, I don't think it's a bubble. This is anyway in our positioning. The same category of people who simply satisfy different needs as they visit different chapters. We all would like to create the bubbles from media. Every media manager would like his media to be read as a bubble. Yet, with average depth of the visit from 2 to 10 pages, 10 is huge, a very large indicator of the core users. It looks to me that there is nothing to talk about. What kind of bubble? The bubble is created around distribution on platform. If there is very good personalization, like thousands of signals, which are pre-selected, we only need to create to have a nostalgia over the time when the media created bubbles and people lived in them. It looks to me that bubbles are created anyway. Yet it is good So there are quite many of them created. And the audience, if you speak of our media, Liga, Ukrainska Pravda, the audience chooses what they read, what they should read. Shall they remember what was when we didn't have that many media? Quite many years ago, we had a TV, which created the uniform information bubble, and we had no choice. Thank God, nowadays there is choice, and there is another story. The giants of Google, they don't really give to choose because they have algorithms and they just suggest some content. It's more difficult, but yet people with critical thinking could overcome such stories and choose content that they want. And if they are suggested something they dislike, they will not watch and will choose something they would like to read. This is about the audience, which has to think where is truth, where they like, where it resonates, and then he or she will receive the content. Of course, there will be the bubble, and yet there will be millions of bubbles.
I think I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think for AP, we serve a general news audience, and so having an editorially curated voice and a section that is really strong and upfront that reflects what our editors believe is the most important news of the day, I think that will always be important for us. And I think that our users come to us for that as well. They want to keep me up to date with the stories I don't know about. And I think that remains important as a balance to personalization. And then within personalization, I think there are some design decisions we can make where we can actually ask the user, how much serendipity do you want? How much would you like to be surprised in your news feed? And I think there are ways that we can do that explicitly and implicitly. Algorithmically, we can also determine, here are some things that are tangentially related to what they've been seeing. Could we show them and see if maybe that is an area of news that they haven't pursued but may be of interest? So I think it's a balance between editorially curated vision, true personalization, which can create that bubble, and then the opportunities for serendipity that we would design into any personalization system.
Thank you. Дім.
Я хотів сказати, що я просто якраз попередньо
answering the previous question, I have actually finished my response in the local trend and overall trend. We have no place to create bubbles. Answering the instrumentary, about the instrumentary part, about the toolkit. So what is the toolkit? Personalization is a technology, first of all. What kind of toolkit?
Для платформи масштабу Гугла, тому що
maybe not like for Google platform, because nobody of us will ever have such resources.
Вони не в наявності фактично в жодній редакції, які
No editorial office has such resources. Yet, what an expensive instruments the editorial offices can use to personalize content.
Будь ласка.
Is this? Were you asking? Is that the question for me? Yeah. So we're using a number of different platforms, right? We are working with Google products. I'm in charge of AI products, so I'm really involved in the ways that we are integrating AI solutions for personalization. So, but our newsletter platform has an algorithmic personalization engine, so we use that. We also have elements of our site that can be customized, working with some of our partner technologies there. So, I mean, Taboola has personalization engines. And so we're really making the most of the partners that we have, and then we're developing solutions on our own. And that does get expensive, right? That's not something that every news organization can do, but we're really trying to experiment with new ways of personalizing our content, personalized push notifications, right? So that's one of the things that we're looking into now. That's a technology that we are developing in-house in partnership with Google, though. So we have a Google grant to do some of that work, and we're using open source models to some extent, open source large language models to help us customize those push alerts. But we're also using OpenAI's models and we're using Google's models. So it's really a combination of different partner technologies and some things that we're able to build ourselves.
Thank you.
Трой вже сказав, що це, в принципі, є багато рішень, і вони дорогі, і
Quite
їздять в
many
різних
solutions. They are expensive while visiting international conferences, listening how the solutions of personalizations are discussed by large Western media who have a lot of money. And these indeed are wonderful things that Ukrainian media cannot afford. That's a question. If to speak about the league, we develop solutions of our own. It's cheaper, we can control them, and we can fine-tune them for our audience and for our context, and to make what we want. Could you please quote the example? Speak for instruments and instruments, but what did you do? We are using what is developed by our technical team. I cannot discuss, it is being developed. When it is ready, we can present and we can explain what it is. Currently, we follow the standard way, we scale up the letters. Also, we have a dynamic solution for personalization. We have few instruments in the personal office of subscriber office, virtual office. They can keep their papers, listen them. We are using translation. They can form audio playlist out of our text and materials and then listen on Spotify. This is what we have.
Дімо? Я просто беру, щоб цей подумати, потім Юлію не турбувати, але я послухав, що говорить Трой, і зрозумів, наскільки
Troy is talking about and understand that we live in quite different worlds. In principle, I do it also. I read what foreign media are doing, and yet I can repeat that we do it with the hands of the CEO and his friends freelancer. I am segregating, however, only as local media, which by a number of criteria can be considered successful just on the 6th year. We just afforded ourselves to outsource an IT company. That what I did on my knee 6 years ago, at least to be maintained. This is the main platform. And also, as Julia mentioned, some innovations are coming and they drive us. Maybe this is as a result of inferiority complex. If the national media do it, we would like to be first regional to do it the same. And also, we can provoke the young guys who can sit overnight and do something before the morning. But this is not what is described by Troy, not the solutions he discussed. We as Liga cannot make the same developments. Yet for our community, we began to do this. Just for working with club, more than $20,000 was spent just to manage it in a good way, and also to diversify how we communicate with people who would like to be closer, but are not ready to pay. Then people who are ready to pay at least once, then people on subscription, then people on high level of rates, then partners from business whom we believe to be institutional partners, and then separately, I don't know if there are any local media who regularly with donors, regardless of current grants, communicate. I don't remember if we have invented such an idea. And with donors, once a month, we communicate in a stable fashion, and we need to work systemically. Such diversification takes place, but I don't know, maybe it would be better for me not to know that there are readily available solutions. Because sometimes we make it in-house, and we spend $200 and it works.
Я хотів сказати, що дещо з того, що називає Трой,
what Troy has quoted is free. For example, Taboola, any site can have such widgets, even in Ukraine. And this instrument of personalization of content, recommendation of content, is available to any publisher.
не все, що
Not everything what is used by Western publishers is not affordable to Ukrainian publishers. Yet you need to ask, why do you need personalization? Why to do that? Because if to make a step back, a personalization of content on the main page of the website has a sense if two conditions are met. First, if the website of the publication publishes a lot of content every day, and secondly, on the surface where the content is published, famous must spend quite a lot of attention. There must be a large traffic on that main page, on that chapter where you create some personalized elements. Because if the publication makes 2 or 3 papers a day, as there is no traffic on the main page, anything could be invented. Yet personalization will generate no effect. If to speak of consumption of news content and other context on Ukrainska Pravda, we have no personalization. We know that the most common scenario is when the user comes to the main page. The most common scenario is the segment of direct traffic. When they put Pravda.com.ua on browser, he comes to the main page, chooses the piece of news he wants to read, and then presses back, comes back to the main page and chooses another one from the chapter of latest news. Even if we invent very nice and put the widgets, all kinds of widgets on the news page, I don't think we can break that pattern of consumption of news content. Do you really have to do it? Why to break it? That's the question. Why? I believe it's important also for the wider audience to underline that always one has to ask, why do you need that? Because personalization of the browser notifications or pushes, if you have a mobile application, they in principle have sense, and yet we already also have it saying that this is a superb game changer. You switch on personalization, most probably a person does not know how to disconnect those browser-based notifiers rather than clicks on his own. I'm not a big fan of personalization. I don't know what I do on this panel. You have the opposite opinion. That's wonderful.
І, власне, переходячи від питання навіщо і що
Coming
воно
from the question why and what are the benefits,
як ви трекаєте
how do you
те,
check
що оцей персоналізований
that
контент,
this personalized
власне,
content,
він не пішов в
it does not go into the sand. Those people who wanted to see something have seen something.
що вони не хотіли бачити,
Something they did not want to see, they did not see.
повернулися за чимось
And
запакованим
they
таким чином,
returned back for something packed in some way, and will not return back for something packed in a different way. But how you analyze, how you track it back? Because from the year 2004, I remember all those visualizations of our readers in the editorial offices, some editorial offices in some more wealthy years, also made cardboard silhouettes that the entire editorial office would see whom are we working for. Yet 20 years passed and most of the editorial offices still don't know whom do we work for and how those people look like who we read. How do we check whether the message was received by the addressee? We have the most analog trackers when in the social network from one content you have subscriptions plus 300 and in another one it's minus 1000. Maybe the content was wrongfully personalized. It's a specific indicator.
Давайте, Оксана, потім Андрій.
Ну, я вже скажу. Ну, це насправді моя улюблена тема.
This is my favorite topic, how to understand whether we made efficiently or inefficiently, but again, this is from the part of the advertiser.
Ну, ми дивимося, звісно,
We
наскільки
look
аудиторія
how the audience is involved, how the traffic goes on from the content that we have demonstrated in our audience, where we had to bring it.
Що це
If this is advertising content that we target, that we launch or test, different personalized advertising notifications we are testing, on which advertising notifications the audience has responded, that it goes and makes that action that we expect from them, which appear to be most efficient. What it could be, also that they could have moved to some landing, remained there, went to read, not simply entered because the hand has shaken, but entered indeed because wanted to go there. And this is called quality traffic, high quality traffic. How to measure quality? It's a benchmark that we can have different benchmarks depending on our needs. And yet indeed it's high quality involvement, high quality traffic and quality actions from the audience.
Мені здається, найпоширеніший
The most common metrics are the clicks divided by reviews, views, CTR. It's never obsolete. And any efficiency, even not personalization, but everything is measured via CTR or the length of contact. For how long do they stay on the page? For how long do they stay on the website? To me, those are two main metrics. And anyway, this is all connected to the target action, what you would like to personalize in order to receive what. If this is subscription for email, subscription to media, there is a different set of metrics. It's all individual. About the key metrics, Andrei discussed, this is done very easily. Everybody knows the instruments, the marks are placed, you can follow every step. If the target is subscription, you can see if it grows. We look in the CRM system, what subscribers read, whether there is a growing number. We track particular topics, particular authors, what authors involve most. We track if the trend continuous. This is not difficult. There are instruments depending on the objective. If it's a KPI to increase retention, you look at the lifetime value, how many, for how long the subscriber stays. Then you are in the right point, you write the content that he likes, and this is successful. It's about involvement, it's about quantity, efficiency of advertising campaign that you held. It's quantitatively measured. Nowadays, it looks to me that there are quite many CRM systems which makes it possible to make the marks and track the way of the reader in detail.
Як ви вважаєте, що
What do you think, which analytics makes it possible to understand better whether you have achieved the objective of distribution of your personalized content with the help of what instruments? Which analytics? And how to track that in the best way, and again, based on Ukrainian reality, in the maximally accessible, affordable instruments.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we can get a lot of the analytics we need from the platform. Google Analytics provides the basic metrics that you've both been talking about, right? We're very concerned right now with developing a loyal audience. Our audience has mostly been driven by search, like a lot of publishers, and social. And that reality is changing. And so the metrics that we're tracking, we're really focused on recirculation. So users who are clicking through to other stories on the site, return visits. And so we're focused on those and focused on funneling those users toward registering and toward donating to the AP. So that's our funnel now. And so we're looking at recirculation, we're looking at return visits. And then for the personalized newsletters, we're looking at open rate and click-through rate. And we did find that in both cases, in the newsletter, in the personalized newsletters, we were able to get our open rate up to 40%, our click-through rate 8%, close to 8%, which was above average across all of our newsletters. So the personalized newsletters were working by those metrics. The other nice thing about newsletters is that audience, because of that personal relationship, you're in their inbox, they'll talk to you. So we put out calls to action asking, hey, how is this personalization working for you? Are you getting the stories you want? So we can get that qualitative feedback in addition to the analytics. And we found that incredibly useful as well.
Можна я ще доповню? Боже, я себе почув там, не люблю свій голос. Після того, що Трой сказав і Юля, я згадав про те, що насправді ми якраз для залучення...
After what Troy said and Julia, for involvement into the community, we have been tracking for about half a year. Every year, we have been told. People ask where people come from in the community. We say, more or less, we know. And now we have the understanding with which news, from which author, what was the content of the story, and it drives also the authors of the content. They understand from their content, the person converted into a community participant. This is interesting thing. We thought there is no problem to put UTM mark into QR code. Now we have printed magazine. You can buy it on the website because advertising, external advertising in Sumer city is quite cheap. Please order if you need. We put the mark in the QR code, and if someone buys magazine, we can see from which city light he scanned the QR code. So instead of, in addition to the marks, we understand what people did. We have Tukor from other media is different because we have a lot of events, we have a store, we have a site for events, and everywhere we collect data and pixels. I'm not deeply involved in the process, and yet we merge with the audience. If someone buys something in the store, there is great probability that on some New Year call, please join community of Tukor, they will be more optimistic. Or if several times they came to the event and bought the ticket from Way for Way, from that database we can download, we say hello to you because you have been on our event, we make the event because this is important, we develop Sumy city, come to our community, we make stories like that. Why I just came now to it on the 40th minute of discussion. This is not systematized, not automated. We say, well, we release the magazine, whom to tell about it? We have a store, that's right, club members, that's good, website, external advertising. I believe that we shall come to systematization, and yet, as for the resources, it's not possible to pack everything into universal solution. And for every product, we have to see it and remember through which channel we can convey which message to whom. Also, on the 40th minute, I have a question. Over this time, we've been talking about websites. We speak of personalization on the website, via the website, and actually, whenever we speak of other platforms, yet we know from every study, every latest, not 4 or 5 years, that people more and more come together on other media platforms. You can have different attitudes, and yet this is a fact. Luckily or unluckily, how do you communicate if you see that on some other platform, like social network, messenger, whatever else, not on the website, there are more people rather than come to the website? What is your policy about it? Are you ready to develop another platform as priority, not the website, if you will see that more and more people are coming there, going there? I don't see any reason to reinvent the wheel. If the trend dictates that people are tired of lengthy text, please invent something else, like audio or conversion into something else. You can fight against windmills or build something else. If there are resources to be a trendsetter, you can invest time and money, maybe you can change anything, and people will be forced. They will hate you, but they will go to the site, they will give the traffic, give the numbers, and the boss is happy. Or we can understand, as we understood from the beginning of full-scale war, that the website It's like going to the archives, like physical archives, like people have in the cities. It's not organic for them. They don't want. Social networks, which have been before, it was a channel of very lazy distribution. A picture, the text. Of course, we made some leads, but it was just half-heartedly. And now those are autonomous platforms. I remember the case, minus 300 plus 1,000. It proves those are different audiences and different perception, and people respected us. They say, well, you had a nice joke on a particular topic, and in some place people went sad for the same reason, because you made that joke. Or on Twitter, this is another example. Please make media on Twitter. Try that audience. Please try to have them satisfied. Give them the quarrel, and they will be happy. Andriy, you must be against now.
Ну, не знаю. Я просто українські
I don't know. Ukrainian media depend on Google greatly,
мені здається, що ми
and therefore it looks to me that anyway we repack our content and sites for those requirements, for Google requirements. Українська правда is an example that people still read websites.
Дімі десь, можливо, з 18-го року вже надавав.
Since 2018, I gave Dima some advice how he could make the website less archived, less of archive type. Yes, you make the magazine. And it seems to me that we speak of the website in the context of personalization, because the website is a platform where you control the user experience and also personalization. And personalization, repackaging of the content for the platforms, those are right things, but it's not about personalization, because here personalization of platform is controlled by platform, and this is not personalization. The only thing that we adopt, having in our head some portrait of the audience and content consumers on particular platform, but this is repackaging. And of course, for Facebook, there is one approach. For Threads or Instagram, there is another one. And yet it seems to me that this is not about personalization.
А можна я зачеплюся за фразу? Це взагалі інша тема дискусії. Українські медіа
Yes, that's a total different topic for discussion, that Ukrainian media are dependent upon Google. Do you think that Google, okay, like a year ago, if to be more exact, that Google basically
в принципі, ми можемо зі своєї сторони так само
said goodbye to the media, I would say. So we can stop perhaps paying attention to Google, or can we not? Well, this is the question that could be measured in money. When for Dima, yes, Dima can say Google fuck off and just close the website. Ukrainian Pravda can't do it because we are dependent upon it in money, you know. At least 20% of the annual budget, we are dependent upon this traffic. And the majority of national media also. So it's the same question as okay, I will not touch upon another topic for other discussions. I just think that if you say no to a certain platform, then be ready. No, I'm not saying that you refuse. I'm just saying that since the overviews appeared, you don't have to use links anymore, but people use links, yes. You see, at the conferences, we often have such narrative that is very, let's say, people stopped reading long text, people stopped watching long videos, people stopped going to websites. But if you take a look at the trends report, it's not really happening. Yes, there is a problem now with Google traffic, and it has become less of it, but this is not the result to switch off AI overviews. The problem is with the algorithm of recommendations. AI overviews, they have a very indirect, perhaps, impact. We are waiting for rollout of AI overviews in Google Discover, and then maybe it's going to be the end to the traffic. But it seems to me that nothing is happening finally. I mean, let's say the site correspondent.net is still read by 10 million people, Big Beer Net as well. and people are still watching TV. The media is dying. It takes a long time for media to die. And I think that we still have decades ahead of us. Okay, death is ahead of us, right? So, okay, I would like to go back to your previous question about social media and personalization there. So, the forecast of media experts and analysts and Western media is the following. Like 2-3 years and there will be zero traffic from Google and everybody is going to this bubble or niche working with quality media. So the tendency is such that everyone is trying to work with quality audience, very good quality audience, and minimize dependence upon it. This is the world trend. Everybody's talking about this. It's not unique for us. We are in the league also try to focus to concentrate everything on the website, to turn website to the key platform, because we think that this is the safest possible option of the future. And clearly that we see, because we have undergone the path when the Facebook changed its algorithms, so we fell, Google changes its algorithms, we fall. So the safest is to have what Andrew said, something you can control. That's why now we are trying to, even things we do on YouTube, we try to publish with the closed links only on the website. We think about our own media player that would make us independent from the YouTube algorithms. So it seems to me that we are working, of course, we are working with different platforms, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, unfortunately, and many others. But the key platform, I see the website where we try to bring the communication with our subscribers, and we are working on personalization so that the person would have the safe, personalized place on our platform, on our website, where we can communicate with them and to do also newsletter from there and not to be dependent upon other platforms. Oksana? Well, it's hard for me to comment on this, but I just have a hypothesis that if the audience flows from website to social media, to those pages, then you have to check the analytics, like which audience went there. Most likely a younger audience left there, right? I was just thinking. So you need to analyze and adapt and to repack, as you said, the content there on the pages, and then think how to bring back the audience to your central landing and how to do it. Sorry, I take my floor again. I was thinking, Andrei was speaking that everybody is burying the TV all the time, and Yulia spoke about Telegram and then apologized. So we think, what if we are banned or something? But our product, it's not that it will be actively searched for or ask us, where can we reach you? But we most likely will figure out where they are. If they are on WhatsApp, we'll find them. So we are investing everything in marketing. I don't know. We'll go to the radio, to some biggest department store, order some cheap ad and tell us, read Cukor in WhatsApp. Our audience will come to us. And when it says that we can't refuse the website, yes, it's partly true because we're not making money from it. But thanks to your prayers, we have increased our traffic by 7 times. So maybe we had our share. But when I refer to social media, it's not about bailing on the website, but just accepted that people consume product there in a different format. And we need to accept this, that from Instagram you will barely have any traffic because that's not what they want. We just need to accept the rules of the game and not trying to break them. Thank you. Mr. Troy, what do you think? AI overview in Google, will it kill the traffic from Google on the websites, for media websites?
So we have seen a drop in Google traffic, like most publishers, with the introduction of the AI overviews. Google's contention, of course, is that it's going to bring more quality traffic. That these are readers who have expressed an interest in going deeper on the story, and so they're more likely to be more engaged users of your platform. I think we'll see. The jury is still out on that one. But in terms of kind of the larger question of platforms, you know, I think we have a couple of principles. One is that we need to meet our users where they are. And for a long time, that was for us, you know, it's social and search and the search platforms, you know, as the new ones come online, you know, we did TikTok and we're finding a lot of success with Reddit, especially around some of our sports content. And so being able to meet our users where they live and where they are, I think is important. But I think it's also important for us to right size our effort, right? So if we see that we're not able to monetize a platform, our effort should be a branding effort. And we should put the amount of resources behind that as opposed to an effort that's actually going to give us traffic and monetization. Maybe we put a little more effort there. And so we have to be flexible in engaging with these platforms and thinking about how we're reaching out. But I think as some of the speakers have said, it's really important to make our platforms a place where our users want to come. And I think that's really where we're focusing now. How do we get that direct traffic? How do we get that loyal user base who comes to us intentionally? And what is the experience that they get on our platform that is distinctive, that make them want to make our platform part of their daily news diet? What are we giving them that is that real value? And I think that's where we're focused now.
Дякую.
Thank
Я,
you.
чесно, хотіла залишити
Well, frankly speaking, I would like to leave more time for the Q&A session, so to say, for the questions for the audience, but we only have 3 minutes. So if any questions, I think we can take 3 questions. 3 personal questions, not for everyone to answer them. If you have questions, please wave at me because this lights are so bright, I just can't see you. So please just get up and ask the question.
Окей, тоді я використаю 3 хвилини.
Okay, I see that I can use these 3 minutes for my questions because I always have questions. So the question is the following. Maybe I should have started with it, well, but let's finish with it. So until which level of personalization is it worth to go to? Because, you know, it seems like we all have agreed here that we don't believe in and it seems to me that we have agreed upon like what is it going to be, the age or the ways of consumption or the interest. So what is the minimum key metrics of personalization? Are you ready, or do you think it's necessary to approach repacking or personalizing content for the audience? As far as possible, as far as the data security allows us, or the data that we can collect, like people's hobbies when they wake up, which coffee they drink. So all of this is important and all of it matters and all of it will allow us to communicate our content in the personalized manner. But this is the question of the security of data that we can collect. So this is the GDPR implementation. Yes. I see that Yulia has generated an answer until before you even finished the question, but I heard the word minimum, and I do agree with Yulia that if we keep on moving, if you know at which moment or at which mood or face expression they go to your website, that's wonderful. You can play with that. But if to consider the minimum, what you can do, it's definitely not just the portrait, but it's definitely which pain they come to you. No, not even like this. I mean, we were also dancing around this, like, what do they need? But let's be honest. Maybe I'm the person who doesn't have the profession of journalist, and I come to people and say something they don't want to hear about. But people have a demand for justice, for a comfortable life. They have a demand for feeling like fully, appropriately living in the city, about satisfying their needs, about security. If you understand their pain, if you understand that people are in the cycle like, oh my God, our city is dying, what should I do? where should I go? And they keep on thinking about it, but you tell them, investigation, because you are for democracy, you are journalism, but this doesn't work. So I think that we should know which is their point of pain, that what they need to tackle, to solve when they go to your website. That's what I call as a demand. So they inquiries. I'm saying that it's not like, I want to read a beautiful article. People don't want to read beautiful articles. They need to satisfy some of their problems or needs, you know. Andriy? Yes, I have been saying for quite a while that it's important not to fall into analytical ecstasy, what I call it. Because if you study all possible metrics of all possible points where you can collect them, then you can just go nuts and chase after some ghosts instead of real use for the readers. I truly believe that media, and Troy already spoke about this in the beginning, I truly believe that it's important to promote the curator function of the media, where the editorial office decides what's the most important thing for their audience. And here it's important to develop the direct link between the editorial office and audience, but not such when we are just collecting metrics, but some new channels of communication perhaps, and judging by this, improving the quality of like supervising or curator function. And there's no need for some technical personalization there. This will be just on the level of the editorial judgment and so on.
Важливе зауваження під кінець дискусії. Так, попередній дискусії дозволили затриматися на
You allowed to take 40 more seconds for the previous discussion. Can you allow us to? So, Oksana, your final remark. And then they will kick us out. Okay. So I support the way that we don't set the specific parameters for our audience, but as it was already mentioned, to speak about the pain of the audience, to know what matters to them, what resonates with them, to find these points and to personalize the content in accordance with it. Thank you. It was very interesting for me. Yes. I think the audience also found it interesting. Yes, I do hope so. Thank you, Katerina. Thank you to your speakers. I would like to make a joint photo for us. So, dear friends, one more time I would like to remind you, please join the collection. I would like to remind you that on the 3rd of October in the East, the tragedy took place, and you know that the French journalist died, and the photo of the journalist photojournalist Hori was wounded, and you know that he had his limb amputated, so rehabilitation is ahead of him. And as the worker respondent who's almost always on the front line, I'm kind of asking, let's join this, because from my practice I know what it's like and in which direction the guys were to create this content for us to see, but this nightmare happened. So please join the collection. But the tragedy happened in our community, and I think that we can all be together, we can all help the person, because rehabilitation is ahead of him. Thank you. So let's bring back something we had on the screen, if possible. Put back the picture on the screen. Let's take a joint photo. And I should tell you that ahead of us there is one more panel discussion. It will start in 25 minutes, and I think that today we have at the topic what media should talk about with Ukrainians in occupied territories. Highly important topic and discussion. And all the speakers that will join us, this is going to be the last platform today in this room. So please join us, stay with us. See you in 25 minutes. Thank you.
panel if the moderator is present as well as participants.
Да, зараз, одну хвилину. Добре, чекаємо. Всі на
Shall we
місці.
wait for another minute? We can
Друзі,
start.
я вже
Dear
говорила, що
friends, as I said
власне, я дуже
before,
чекаю
I'm
цього,
really
скажімо так,
expecting,
панель
I'm looking forward to
і
this panel
дискусію з цього приводу.
as a discussion
Про що
about
мають
it.
говорити медіа з українцями
What the media should talk about with Ukrainians on the occupied territories is an important topic.
державна політика щодо
What
окупованих
must be the
територій, що
government
саме
policy on the
висадили
occupied territory?
сили різних,
What
якщо опинилися
people must know if they are on the other line of the front line, on the other side of the front line. What activities of the government, what strategy of survival must the people choose? Answers to those questions will be looked for jointly with journalists and experts. And also I'm happy to invite the moderator, and I'm looking at the coordinator, the project cluster of printed media, editor of the website Mariupol
Зустрічаємо пану Анну.
2.9, shall we meet Anna? And also, I would like to invite to the stage everybody who will raise this important question. Sergei Danilov, Deputy Director of the Center of Middle East Studies. Shall we meet Sergei? Alena Parfionova, lawyer, head of the civic organization Parents SOS, is on the stage. Elizaveta Macharova, operator of hotline Donbas SOS, and freelance journalist Victoria Yermolaeva, editor-in-chief of Громадське Radio. She's online, isn't she? Also, Andrei Grudkin, executive director of Civic Organization Coalition on the contact line. I would like to thank every speaker. Thank you for being with us. And shall we discuss this very important topic? Anna, you have the floor. Dear friends, I'm grateful to all of you who had the courage to pass all this forum marathon and stay until this final panel. I'm happy that as we stay with this topic and as we discuss the main stage of the forum, this underlines the importance of the topic, at least for us as a journalist, and probably for you. I'm not really confident that this topic is as important for our country, at least for our state at least, and I believe that each of us must do something in order to make this topic more important, because this is about not about the territory, it's about the people. I would like to start this topic and this discussion with such a speech that for more than 11 years of temporary occupation of the territories of Ukraine, the state did not yet develop the unified state policy about such territories. This is the way I wanted to start this forum. And luckily I found that recently a special commission was created which started the work on such a policy. On the stage there is a person who was present on the first meeting, Mr. Andrei Grudkin, and I would like, Andrei, that you tell us how did you get there, and also the atmosphere. What kind of start was that, if indeed we have some time frame for which we receive what we have discussed for so long. Our civic organization and quite many representatives of civic sector from Donetsk and Lugansk and from Donetsk Oblast. Since the beginning of full-scale invasion, we wanted that the state has set on vision how the state sees its own activity in terms of formation of public policy about temporary occupied territories. We had no vision, no suggestion of how do we see that. And this has formulated a certain gap. The media people also have been highlighting this topic. We are grateful for that. And the obviousness that Ukraine requires such public policy for us as the people who are concerned about it is obvious, and yet those movements that the government did before have been quite strange. First, when we still have the Ministry for Integration of Temporary Occupied Territories, there was a project, there was a draft policy, then the ministry liquidated the state policy. As the state policy was postponed in a place where it was not fully natural, the ministry, which was first involved in roads, bridges, and ships, followed by regional development, followed by policy of IDPs, and then give us also the policy of temporary occupied territories. It's like this. This is the joint movement on 6th of October, quite recently, in the meeting of the working group under the Line Committee of the Parliament for the government and state power and local governments, led by Tamila Tasheva in partnership with the Ministry for Development. Deputy Minister Alexei Rabykin is present, where they brought together all the representatives, not all of the representatives who had to be there. It was subjective. Most of representatives of the advocacy, human rights advocacy organizations who have promoted the policy in the field of Crimea. How did I get there? Probably it's not known how it happens. I know that the deadline, which was quoted, is half a year. And over half a year, we need to do quite a lot of work because, by the way, on this forum, we discussed quite actively the displaced governance bodies, military administrations. So that matter is on the agenda. We need to understand why those bodies are needed, what functions do they have to carry out in the context of reintegration, because what is now is not satisfactory for anyone. If you speak about the general description of this future strategy that will appear, will it have to be different, to your opinion? Separately, the strategy for territories occupied in 2014, separately for those which are later, because the situation is quite different. This strategy must include all the available contexts, and it's very good that within the working group, by structure, there will be regional subgroups. Finally, we shall be able, instead of pulling the blanket, we can discuss as the regional groups, so Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, Crimea, and then we shall make the specificities which are in every region, in particular Bakhmut or Toretsk, those towns which have been erased from the face of earth. Whether there are such contexts in every region, but in our republics, yes, indeed, Donetsk, Lugansk, Krasnohorivka, Chasiv Yar, and we all know those terrible things. And when we can convey this spectrum of context to the national level, that they will no longer see the micro elements that they would not like to see, because it complicates the process to them. When there are so many complicated contexts, maybe it's not really good to go deeper in it, because then someone will have to formulate the right decisions. The first question I asked to the head of the working group whether the displaced population will be involved in the formation of that policy. Yes, indeed, this is for temporary occupied territory, but not just for the people who are in the occupation. It's only for us, because from the previous panel we saw what number of people want to have information about their communities, even if they are wholly destroyed. They would like to be involved in memorialization, to commemorate those heroes, their compatriots who have died in the war, sacrificed their lives for communities or generally for Ukraine. They want to keep the cultural heritage, which is under threat or was stolen by Russians. They would like to keep the linkage with the environment. Indeed, it is fragmented, and yet it did not disappear. Also, from the previous study, I can see that people communicate with their peers, friends and relatives, and they speak a lot about the home, about the local identity.
яка поки що жевріє в них, і
which is inside, and they would like to talk about it. What else I would like to focus my attention? We should not oppose integration of the receiving communities and satisfy the needs of people to think of their home and doing something for that. Because we all are people on the temporary occupied territory, and ourselves we are representatives of the same environment. Russia has been fragmented in the genocidal way. They destroyed both us and them have the right to common history, culture, and common future. This strategy must be about.
Пане Сергій, я хотіла б вас спитати.
Turkey, I would like to ask from you.
От ми тут зараз розробляємо, щось думаємо, говоримо.
Here we are now developing and thinking and discussing what it's really needed for people in the occupation. What they would expect, we don't know this.
Яких вони чекають рішень?
What solutions and what decisions of the government do they expect? If we say that we all are the people who are not separated, at least ideologically, whether indeed all of those who are in the occupation want to hear those solutions integrate with Ukrainian society, how to understand what people feel there and what they want. Thank you for this difficult question, which is also important. We also have interviews of people who have just left the occupation. This was the fifth wave since 2022. And in our last report, we have a phrase, people have passed into occupation and making main emotion is apathy. This is the worst condition. When people have pacified and simply they follow the flow. It doesn't mean that this is for everybody, but this is for majority. And the report is a territory of silence. The territories where people have no voice, where they keep silence. Behind those two sides, that people are in apathy and keep silence, we cannot make any conclusion whether they are pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian. When the director of one respectful institutions of the national level who took care of the matter of identity, I heard that in the occupation they only have not the traitors, but pro-Russians, the separatists. Immediately I had a question. Who are those people, if this is true? Who are those people who give us the coordinates that the yellow band is writing about, and all the opposition movements, the resistance movements? Who are those people who are active in the temporary occupied? Where are their arguments when we say that we fight also for people, not just land, because people are important? Memory and respect for the movement of resistance is important, and coming from our interviews, those are qualitative, not quantitative, yet I can say that this is the wrong statement. Therefore, there are quite many people, we don't know how many, who are waiting for Ukraine to return, on one hand. On the other hand, 100% of those in the temporary occupied territories are waiting for information. Those statements are not mutually exclusive. Everything what you would like to hear, people will respond. Clear information. On the previous panel, there was an example with passports, Vereshchuk and Lubinets. And yet, this is not the only example. Like that, in Crimea, everybody responded that we would like to know what will be our height. Russian intentionally are playing on that. They tell that Ukraine believes all of you are traitors, therefore please accept new reality, integrate with it, and don't expect anything better, because if Ukraine comes, they will put you into prison. Everybody asks a question. I am a teacher, I work for museum, I am teacher not of the history, not ideology, but the mathematics. So what happens to me? What will be my fight. If Ukrainian sovereignty is recovered to that territory, first of all, their clear determination about their own destiny. Another one is information. People would like to know what happened to their friends and relatives, what are the conditions for IDPs, what are the opportunities in Ukraine, what are the prospects of education of children, practical information. During the quarantine with COVID, in Crimea reality, huge popularity was obtained by the plot where, unlike Russian me, with no hysteria, with scientists, they discuss practical things. And in Crimea, that plot by many signs were watched by everyone, not only pro-Ukrainian. Crimea reality gained a rating because it was well different from Ukrainian media, because no hysteria, they discussed something that people needed. Information is needed. Also, hope. People need hope. They follow any positive news from Ukraine. They retell to each other any victory, any hope, even if they are not fully realistic. This supports people greatly. When we ask where you find information on the previous panel, there were information channels, and they answer a marketplace or a store where people directly communicate in the occupation. The first thing what they retell that Ukrainian troops have hit some important objects, there is some positive information which creates hope. For people in occupation, it is important that they are referred to by their government bodies, the relocated communities. On the meeting of the working group, the question was raised by Nizhemska to Deputy Minister about the destiny of relocated military administrations. Relocated military administrations play extremely important role in supporting the contact with their communities. They want to be heard. Saldo about Kherson is speaking every other day. Regretfully, local original government bodies don't talk to their communities in the occupation. I can quote this by Kherson example. It's important for people that they are talked to by head of community, head of oblast administration, and central government. They want to hear that they are not forgotten. I would like to agree, and this is not just about Kherson, also Lugansk, Donetsk, and all administrations don't refer to the people. Moreover, when I was making a request, what messages, please formulate messages you would like to convey to the people in occupation, I received no response. Because it does not exist. There are no messages. They have not been formulated. Today with us there is Yelizaveta Goncharova, the journalist, and also she is the operator of the hotline of Donbas SOS, the civic organization. She is on the front line. Those contacts with people in occupation and receive direct requests from people who manage in a particular way to communicate to their hotline. Lisa, could you please tell me what people are telling you about? Just a specific example, but what is the attitude of people? What do they think? What do they feel? What do they share? I'm not just a journalist, and now I work in their advocacy organization. Also, I lived in the pre-frontline city of Bakhmut. There was the checkpoint next to me, and half of the city was occupied by, used by people from Gorlivka and Makiyivka. For 11 years, I have seen several stages how Ukraine was not giving any communication to people who have remained in the occupation.
В мене складається таке враження, що
Так було простіше.
The impression is that this was easier.
Це наче ми
Because this is like we have refused from the responsibility for those people as a state. Before the COVID, before pandemic, people from occupation slightly kept to our reality because they had to travel. They had to travel to confirm some documents, pensions, payments, or something. After that, those realities for them became non-existing. People who are in the occupation, especially when it is about the occupation for 11 years, they very badly navigate in our reality. Even I don't say about some large scale, like political. So I communicated with a woman who lives in Donetsk, and she said, I watch Ukrainian bloggers, and it's such a surprise for me. It's strange to me. Which one? Arestovich. They have dropped out from this reality, and they don't understand who is a Ukrainian blogger, who is not a Ukrainian blogger, who fights against whom, and who is fighting for whom. That information for them is closed. The only information they keep looking for is the information about the legislation, the different changes, and also conditions for people who leave the occupied territories. And regretfully, for 11 years, we did not have much success for the last 11 years. Saying today that we are telephoned and I would like to evacuate because our city is nearly occupied, I would say, well, there are telephone numbers. If from their village 10 people have left and I have returned because they could not find, that's hard. What the requests are from the topic of passports, there are quite many such topics. When they hear something, sometimes they retold from Russian propaganda because it's very convenient. As they call, I accepted such phone call. We had a lot of them. People said, well, what to do with those Russian passports? Are we enemies or because we need to survive through this? Is it possible? Impossible. Whether we shall be put into prison for that? There are certain things that the government could do even with no need of any major efforts. Simply, as Tanya says, to formulate messages that people would clearly understand. I used to write a text about the boy who moved here, by the way, with the help of our hotline. He came here to study, to join the university, and he said that he learned of such an opportunity exclusively on TikTok, where some girl told of her experience. Finding such information anywhere is not possible because this was such a narrow profile that nearly no big media which knock the door will not write of it. Regretfully, you need to understand that even in Donetsk, like Luhansk, which is occupied 11 years, children go to Ukrainian language tutors secretly in order to go and pass the exam and study in Ukrainian universities. There are people who are the tutors. You understand what could happen if they are identified. The parents, the children will say, there are children who for 10 years attend the school. I asked the girl who this year joined Chernivtsi University, how did you sustain that? So you go there and they tell some history of Russia and you understand this is false. She said, well, I'm actually used to it. I just passed my exam and that's it. I studied with my tutor. I finished school, online school. Externally, and this information is not sufficient. That information is not sufficient. Yet we have another problem. We don't know how to convey this information. because the old occupied territories have separated from our reality, including the media reality. They don't look for this information on our resources. This is the first big problem. Another problem, what to talk to them about. It happened in Ukrainian history that it's different parts in different times were in different conditions. And we have the following next situation, repeated situation, when for some part of Ukraine this will be like this, and for some part of Ukraine it will be like that. There will be tombs of its own, tombs of its own pain and their own pain. On the other side, if you speak of the unified Ukraine, rather than just about punishment or even justice, not even about justice, I speak of the country, as a country. If people from the occupation only hear the message that you are not needed, you are unnecessary, we owe you nothing, you're all traitors, and so on and so forth. Then, if you speak of unified country, making those breaches will be very hard. You remember Second World War, Soviet army and Ukrainian rebellion army, before they put two bunches of flowers together, 80 years passed. Most probably, we have this huge problem with that, and the state makes no effort for it. Our media community telling that also we making a lot. We also don't make too much. If to take statistically, if you put occupied territory, you will find collaborationism, how they have been sentenced or not yet sentenced, some story, possibly some story, how everybody was tortured and how bad it was, and that's it. We have nothing in the media space about the people from occupied territories. I understand why. Because it is difficult. When I made the text for our website, Donbas SOS, we just found two persons who could tell us how they live. One person in Lugansk Oblast, in a small town, another person in Donetsk city. And only from such a situation, one person keeps calling us to hotline and trust. I talked to him, then we have removed that conversation on WhatsApp, not to keep it. I have removed everything which could help identifying, and another one is a relative of my female friend. By no other possible way is it possible to find objective and emotional information. This is actually impossible, regretfully. And when the bloggers or journalists are writing or making some advice about the life, about water, maybe everybody remembers how funny is it in Donetsk, there is no water. How funny! Finally, you have what you want. You may understand that this message was like the one ordered by Russia. Therefore, when people call, they would like to hear from us, first of all, Ukrainian language, so it might strange. We respond in Ukrainian. Sometimes they say thank you. All information they need for their life. And thirdly, they ask what they don't hear from the state. Is there any? It is like this. Saying that one can respond 100% of what you know, because there is no state policy, no state messages for those people, regretfully. No official messages. At least there is one sphere where the state at least thinks that they need to do something. This is education. And they develop certain programs, certain syllabus which by design are supposed to support the widespread of Ukrainian education on occupied territory. Yet we know that according to the study of civic organizations, and MEDA is involved a lot, that from year to year, the number of children who join Ukrainian universities from occupied territories is declining.
Особисто я вважаю, що робота з молоддю і з дітьми
I think that work with the youth and children is the most important thing that the state should do in relation to occupied territories, because adults have made that decision about their future. On different reasons they remain there, but children, they are on the crossroad.
Ну, я не знаю, серед небагатьох людей,
And
серед
among
освітянства, хто підіймає
not so many people, you are the one who's raising this topic. And it's not very popular. Why not? What do you know about the condition of Ukrainian education in occupation? Does it exist? And if so, in which shape? And what we can do to help people?
Дякую, що піднімаєте цю тему.
Thank you for raising this topic. I am very pleased that this conversation is ongoing on the main stage, because in June there was a big education event. It was called Future, the Teachers of the Future, and we also have announced the topic about this on the temporarily occupied territories, and it was not on the main stage. And people who were interested in there was the Festival of Educators, and I was surprised. It was only 10 persons who were interested, even though speakers were great. These were people's deputies, these were deputy ministers, education, ombudsman, Almenda, and all understand the significance and that education is the bridge for preservation of Ukrainian identity. But everybody shrugging shoulder and cannot understand why it doesn't matter that much to the state. And does the state actually realize that we need people, not lands? And that if 2023 Ukrainian school children who studied per Ukrainian curriculum on the temporarily occupied territories were 56,000. Then on the 1st of September, it was only 44,000. We know why, because new children don't enter the school. Those who are in occupation, they finish schools, but new are not coming. We have to clearly understand that this year and next year, this is the full cycle of education in Crimea. So these are the children who have studied the full cycle using Russian curriculum with the terrible propaganda and so on. But we still do not have an official document which would help us to recognize the results. So whether we want it or not, to keep contact with youth who's on TOT, we will have to admit and recognize the results and help them enter Ukrainian educational establishments. How this will happen? Well, currently, Ministry of Science promised that this document will appear in November, because law was adopted in 2023, but it didn't come into force as much as it had to. But I think that we lose a lot in communication. Yes, this year, finally, the typical educational curriculum appeared, which helps to evaluate, to assess the knowledge of children who studied on TOT. And the situation is also like this with the teachers. At the Teachers of the Future Forum, I talked to the teacher who provides education on TOT, and she says that in the society among educators, there's also a set understanding, like once you went to work to the Russian school, that you are collaborator and traitor. So the community of educators itself is pushing them away, and this is something that shouldn't be done, because they are there saying that we went to work in school because we went to work with children. They say, I'm a math teacher, and I sometimes say something maybe in whisper, but something good about Ukraine, or I can avoid propaganda that's being imposed on them from everywhere. We are to think about the education of the educators, because we're all waiting for deoccupation. But who is going to teach children on deoccupied territories? How we will teach them? How we will tell them that we need them? A little example. At this panel, we spoke about the thing that on the 1st of September, we are greeting all Ukrainian school children, but we're not saying that our Ukrainian school children also on the temporarily occupied territories, and we are also greeting them. And our teachers are there too. We are losing connection with them. And I agree that we are constantly speaking, and we see the stories when we are happy that something bad is happening there, like you don't have water, that's good because you're traitors. But we rarely hear the stories, and we don't talk about those who managed to get from, who were deoccupied, who preserved Ukrainian books, who went to Ukrainian classes, who spent this time in occupation. I think this strategy is to give us at least messages. And moreover, it must give us the step-by-step map for us to know how to build up these bridges and how to catch up the lost time as of 2014. And how do we prepare for the deoccupation in education? Deoccupation of education, what is that?
Деокупація освіти – це перше
deoccupation of education is liberation from Russian propaganda primarily and going back to our sources, to our books, manuals, language, to our humanity, to what we had before 2014. And whatever problems we have in our Ukrainian education, and there are many problems there, but it should be just humane. It did not breed the death or murder or the war like it is now done on the temporarily occupied territories. I should ask this question. I can't help it. You spoke about teachers. You spoke about those who are going to work on the deoccupied territories after return. And perhaps these teachers, so can we trust? Can we entrust children to people who change their political affiliations, at least during lessons, a few times? Yesterday, I am telling you children that we sing the anthem of Ukraine with our hand to our heart. After occupation, I enter under Russian flag, singing the Russian anthem, and then again Ukrainian. I think that this way we put children into the corridor where they only see one standard of life, that you can lie. That lying is all right. This is my concern. You know, after the occupation, we saw the situation that they will either be the ambassadors of our victory or to the national danger. So this is a big challenge. And I'm saying that we are to prepare the new group of educators because they should not be from the occupied territories, and they should have the clear understanding and knowledge what to do with those who were poisoned by this propaganda and education. And we understand that preparation of the professional teacher takes at least 5 years. So we have to think about it now. We are to change the educational curricula in the pedagogical universities. We have to prepare some social warranty systems and social bonuses to encourage people to go there. And we only have the paper, have it on paper, the reserve of teachers, and that's all. Just the reserve. So I think that we definitely do not do enough now. Serhii? I would like to illustrate just how difficult what the difficult cases we can face after liberation. In Stanislav, this is the village in Kherson region, during survey we first heard that the Russian forces formed the group of teenagers. They bribed and gave them cigarettes and alcohol, fuel for the transport so that they would spy on their parents. And we thought that these were some single cases then. But then last year, when there was another survey, we heard about similar cases, we realized this was part of their policies. It's not total. See, they couldn't create such groups of teenagers everywhere, but this is a widespread phenomenon. And I was listening to the podcast about Artek camp that emerged as the place for arrest of children who who were responsible for surrendering of at least one of Kurkuls, which is type of their policy. And the Russian Federation continues to follow the policy they had in the 1930s. And some part of children have already been poisoned this way. Please don't put your microphone aside. Do you have any thoughts how the state can counteract, how media can help the state to counteract such Russian policy? You need to get people out. No other option. Even though I have another example, in 1990, at our University of Shevchenko, we had our own clandestine newspaper, and I brought it to Lithuania, where I met with the woman. And she told me that 2 years ago, for the very first time, she saw the flag. I have never seen in my life that Lithuanian flag, she said. But she said that when she saw it, she knew it was her flag, the flag of Lithuania. Are we ready to play long-term with something like this, that when people, even long time after the liberation of Crimea or Donetsk, haven't seen the yellow-blue, would say that this is their flag? That's a question mark. Because in Lithuania, nobody has played, there was no state. But there was a strong national myth and a resilient identity. What are we ready to invest into identity, national identity, of those people who are now under occupation? What do we do? You ask. What should media and the state do? A year ago, no, this year, USAID funding ended, and it turned out that many media projects that worked with the occupied territories were financed not by Ukrainian state, but by our international partner, USAID. Part of these projects were not restored. Some of them are now on the edge, they're almost shutting down, even though they prepared a good quality product. And by the way, as for what they want to hear that here in Lviv, Chernivtsi, and Kiev, we understand their experience, because we are now the state with divided, different experience. But they also want us to speak about the specifics in each separate region. The support of these editorial offices, well, part of them will probably become part of Suspilne, National Broadcasting Agency, but some of them will just disappear. And communities who are used to obtain information from these sources, they will stop receiving it from there. Therefore, the policy, it's the resources and the priorities. If Ukrainian state does not allocate resources for this, okay, then let's think that this policy is not needed. If Ukrainian society thinks that we need this policy, then let's give money for this. Because politics is about resources. We either allocate time, people, and money, or we don't. Well, currently it looks like we are to say that we don't need these lands or these people. It seems to me it's such a luxury to scatter people, you know, not to scatter, but to refuse people, and cannot afford it now. You know, the Russians is very inclusive. The Ukrainian patriots they didn't kill during the first months, they are engaging them. For them, they are more valuable than the standard pro-Russian vatnik from Skadovsk. If the person sticks to the external loyalty, they drag them to them. They see people as resources, but in a very cynical way, of course, as resources. We have many stories recorded, like a woman. She is a manager of regional level. She's in stop lead. She cannot get out of occupation, and she's running out of money. She has nothing to live for. So they come to her with a smile and say, "We know about your viewpoints, but soon you will have no money to live on." And she calls and asks, "What should I do?" But as for teachers, we are to consider the big demand for justice in communities. Communities have a wide demand for communities, and unfortunately, teachers in the eyes of communities are traitors. And if we don't want the social explosion and self-trials, then we can't leave teachers. Moreover, the education of the occupied territories barely exists. In Germany, they have kinder depot where children are kept when they stay. Because education during occupation is ideological work. For being late on the first lesson on Monday, parents are threatened with losing their parental rights, militarization. And by the way, the person from Crimea told us that 10 typical stories were developed, that they have to pass to be admitted to the single state exam. All 10 of them refer to the operation, military operation. Like, it's a completely repetition of the Second War. Like Ivanov has raised the flag over Mariupol. You know, they have described all of this, and they will give this to the children. So it looks like the education turned into the tool for militarization, indoctrination. And by the way, another interesting thing, Putin is more important than parents. Putin is like the grandpa Lenin, but Lenin who's alive and can talk to you now, who can call to you, and they undermine the authority of parents in any possible way. So there's going to be big damage for education, and we need to be very careful with children. So I'm saying that we need to prepare the first cohort, and this takes 5 years, right? Andriy, as one of the options, you see all these staff reserves, that's nice, but they don't work. And we speak about change of the functional of the military administrations. So, with the function that they are to fulfill when they're in the premises, they don't have land, but they have people that were dislocated. And these are the legislative representatives of certain communities. The military administration, they have coat of arms. By the way, when I'm in Kyiv, I can feel this optics that's regional, like region, Luhansk region, Donetsk region. Optics should be based on the lower level, from the settlement and territorial community that has their own unique signs of unity of living of certain cohort of people who shaped this communication, the environment who shaped it. And All of this follows them, like tradition, culture, intangible heritage, different informal, formal environments, including some aesthetics, educational aesthetics. The Russian, when working on the temporarily occupied territories, they so far, until we have come to arrive to the Korean scenario that is heard every now and then in media. Of course, we are all traumatized and they're not trying to promote the Korean scenario to us. So the Russians, the only thing they cannot find the tools against, they will never prove to the specific Tatiana from my Toretsk that I'm not her countryman or compatriot. But everybody understands. So those who move to Ukraine, they also have the legal right to speak about our community, just like her. She can like Russian world, she can dislike it. We are not interested in it. What we are interested in is what we think about this, because we are the bearers of this legal right. I'm sorry, but my tree by my house, you can, perhaps destroy it with a Russian tank, but this was my tree next to my house. So going back to some specifics, the military administrations are to turn into institutions that are responsible for systematic analysis of what is happening in occupation, having certain coordination higher level, and we can discuss this. The level of this analytics is to be of high quality, because right now we are appealing to them, saying that you work not well enough, but who should work with it? The accountant or the person from the information policy department, who is only responsible for writing posts about the manager of the military administration, thanks to whom the sun arises over the community? People have to be taught, trained to shape the pedagogue trainers from consisting of compatriots. And we have the Mariupol relocated universities from Luhansk region that have potential, so that the motivated compatriots who are to become the group that is going to enter after the occupation, and they would be trained to face all challenges that can happen after they enter, like different practices. They should contain certain set of skills. So when the person from one community becomes the pedagogue for this community, there will never be the feeling that this is some paratrooper from Halachina who arrived here to impose Greek Catholic beliefs to us. It will be your countryman, your compatriot, and you won't be able to do anything about this. And this will be a big advantage of Ukraine. And around this, I agree that we need to have message books. The head of military administration, who's used to build roads, organizing holidays, repairing sewage system, cutting the ribbon, he's not taught or trained to do how to communicate, and he doesn't have the mandate because he's not the mayor to do this. The state is to tell them, to advise them. The state is to prepare this message box for them in a very meticulous way, because during this forum, you are media representatives and I'm the public sector representative. And I see how these examples, when some manager decided to write something about what's happening in occupation, but the source of information is just some Telegram channel. This is not possible. People from TOT respond to this very much, so there must be verified information, analysis. And you need to understand that the relocated bodies are the bearers not only of the coat of arms, but they are also the bearers of the super unique data about their community, which in case of liquidation can just disappear from archives. Even the way the sewage system was constructed in the system, such a banal thing, or which residential fund they had, and this environmental conditions, because the environmentalist from this village knows everything about their lake, river, forests, And let's say he moved, but he's still rooting for it, and we need to use it until we are brought to Korean scenario. Well, the president said that we will never admit annexation, right? That's what we are to be guided. Yes, a small comment from Lisa. Going back to how people need to be taken away from that, and youth. Youth, teenagers, these are the people of protests. And Ukraine, I mean, what can you say about Ukraine? Ukraine, it's about the will, yes, about the Maidan revolution, freedom. And if we create an appropriate media project that could communicate this to teenagers who are fed with all this propaganda, militarism. Say, if you could say that in Ukraine it's about will, they can listen to whatever they want in Ukraine. And have a look. Why don't we use what we have right in front of us? That's on the surface. It's not that difficult to create this. All psychologists know. It's not even a manipulation. It's just to use the age specifics of this group. Yes. And behind them, apart from media campaign, we also are to take serious steps of support of that youth that is brave enough to move to Ukraine. Yes, from TOT to government-controlled territory. Because I have talked to a boy who managed, thanks to the support of NGOs, to move out from the occupied territory, and he got to Lviv region. And that integration to Ukrainian school wasn't that easy for him. At first, he stayed at home at the family type of education. But then, you know, via the community who started being interested, like wondering, why are you sitting at home? There's school, we are waiting for you. And thanks to correct communication between teenagers, he did not become the, you know, outcast.
Яким довелося бути в на тимчасово окупованих територіях і звільнитися, приїхати, вони дуже часто
moved from the occupied territories, they often become they're often bullied. You know, not just the adults. Remember 2014 in Kiev when Donetsk and Luhansk, people from Donetsk and Luhansk could not rent apartment in Kiev, but at school children are very violent, you know, and bullying often, the latest story, by the way, it happened last year, Lviv region, when the teacher
вона просто його булила відкрито
bullied the boy who arrived from Donetsk region in class. We tried to you know, draw attention to it. That teacher was fired and was not an easy path, but that's what we learned about. And the parents were publishing this because they're ready to fight, but quite often it happens in school silently. And here I have a question for all of you, because I see the problem of communication here in two directions. On the one hand, we see absence of state communication, state policy. On the another hand, we see that there is this lack of state policy also brings to certain perception of the society, of people from occupation. So what should we do to change this attitude? To explain to our community, to our compatriots, that these are also our people, that we are to stay united but not to be divided. Because basically, it's about the future. It's about whether we are going to have it at all. Who wants to comment? I will do. I will start. I think that first of all, we need to, since we are defending ourselves against such a substance like Russia, we need to realize that old methods, which seems to be working on paper, that they are insufficient. I remember discussions after 2014 about different telebridges and other formats. I cannot, of course, evaluate them. I'm no media expert. I can be skeptic about it because it seems to me that it's not really realistic, given the context, of who our enemy is.
Сьогодні також там в кулуарах говорили про те, як боротися з сучасними інструментами соцмереж, як їх використовувати. Тобто треба
we discussed how to use modern instruments of social networks, how to use them. We need to tune to the audiences and the algorithms, the operating sources of information they consume, and fill them with high quality and diverse content. As a non-specialist, what might come to my mind? To resolve this channel of access to information for a particular user. When a compatriot may go to another compatriot to record the video, will say, do you remember, in particular, as for Crimea, it's a sad topic, the entire graduation of children who have completed the full cycle of secondary education. Understanding of such things is shocking, and yet we need to work with that. This is what I said in the beginning. All the contexts that exist must be in the vacuum, must be analyzed, that there is an integrated picture that will not leave anyone offended. All the contexts must be included. The sources of information, the ways, non-standard ones, as I said before, as I spoke about the lady who will make a post on 18,000 symbols that nobody will read. I don't think this can be a good product, a good information product, and some non-standard things. By the way, I imagine an OSINT team, an analytical team of young people who, for each territorial community, motivated, of course, who could sit and study what happens in that particular community. Because again, those generalizations, Donetsk, Lugansk, East, this is a way to nowhere. Connecting to particular locality gives the author of the content such things that influence for the identification of friend or enemy. If I target some content and speak of Delievsky Pond, Toretsk coal mine, garage, that me and them only know, who have stayed there, our compatriots who have remained in occupation, it looks to me that it will be better appreciated from the perspective of understanding something or making conclusions, rather than someone out from outside will come, will Google something, will confuse what cannot be confused, and there will be rejection. You are alien. This is wrong thing. We never had such a district, as you write. There is an approach, some innovation that we need to just transform military administrations, those institutions that have such structures and could produce such a content and then target it.
Мені так сподобалась фраза.
I really like the phrase. Do you remember? Because
хороший знайомий, друг дитинства.
I have a very good friend of mine in Yevpatoria, where I went for vacations because my grandmother is from it, and I went for vacations every year since I was born. And Vitaly writes me in 2022, in the months after a full-scale invasion, how do you feel? And we exchanged letters on Instagram. It was not blocked in the Russian Federation at that time. And I write him, do you remember? And this impressed him, because we spoke of the same common places from childhood, which are very warm. Such things must be there. As for the education, I can say that one Ukrainian teacher of history, maybe you all saw him on TikTok, because it comes from Bila Tserkva, and he does more than the state in this direction. He, in the chat roulette on TikTok, tells the stories. He communicates everyone, with everyone.
Його робота, вона
And his
дійсно
work
дає величезні
indeed
результати.
gives
По-перше, він росіян
wonderful results. So first of all,
намагається
he's
пробудити
trying
їх
to
взагалі мислення і
wake
розуміння
up with the
чогось.
thinking of Russians.
І з нашими українцями, які живуть
And also with Ukrainians
говорять, постійно
who
говорять,
living on the occupied territories, he communicates.
щось там відбувається. І мені здається, що
And something is happening there. I believe that educationalists to be involved for such non-standard steps
абсолютно сухою офіційною мовою,
with official dry language, this will not be an impression for anyone. And yet, as I am now watching that Ukrainian teachers come with Ukrainian content on TikTok, they are few, and yet they do. And indeed, the algorithm will find the audience and will find also the occupied territory that no, maybe we need to support such teachers simply on the government level to make them additional payment if you produce Ukrainian content and you go to social network. Let us pay, shall we think? Because simple decisions, simple solutions which worked before will not work here. Therefore, content is everything and it is missing. We understand that those who are on temporary occupied territories are consumers of content via VPN or otherwise they are looking for and they find information. Shall we give them this information? That's what they miss. What shall we do? As media, we need to highlight, we need to cover what we did not do for quite many years. We don't know how to make that countering the propaganda because we never know what happens there, especially in those regions where it is for 11 years. Now, I learned that ambulance is working there under Russian scheme. If there is one station somewhere far away, they arrive in 3 to 4 hours. And in our country, the ambulance, even to the remote villages, the same is for the fire brigade. If to know certain things that Russia contributes and which make life of Ukrainians there inconvenient, we can make a content demonstrating this difference. I'm not speaking of the lies. We don't have to lie, some big propaganda, and maybe more lies, because I know for sure, if you say that in Donetsk they close all stores, everybody is starving, and they're sure they are not, and they are not starving, they will never believe us. And yet, if you say you have one, like in Bakhmut, some old woman, when people traveled, where do you have bank? And I asked, which bank? And she looked at me. And she said, well, are there more than one bank? And it was just 5 years of occupation. And if you demonstrate, we have here this and this, small reels, short videos on YouTube, also posts of heads of communities on Facebook are even under the picture of a deceased hero. First they write the name of head of community who is very concerned on this occasion. It doesn't work. We can do such things, but we as journalists must know of it. We must know, how do they live? This is very difficult to make. Probably you know for sure how to do it, not really retrieving information from, not really retrieving any propaganda things, because it's very hard for people. They are indeed frightened. They are scared. When we talk to people, they are afraid. And that person asks me, and they say, aren't you afraid? Won't they reprimand you that you communicate from someone from occupation? Because they are told that they will, that this is not allowed. This is about us, that we did not want to know anything about them, and this happened to realities which very poorly overlap. Therefore, I'm in favor of lessons on YouTube, the clips on TikTok, involvement of young people in order to make certain things which are clear, which are understandable, that we can find the truthful point where we can communicate.
Ця робота, ми настільки запізнились з цією роботою,
And we are so light with that work
я навіть не можу сказати,
that even I cannot say whether we can catch up or compensate. But we as media must cover and for them, about them, because indeed it's important that we understand their difficulties, for example. They think no, they think that we are just happy about it, because we don't write anything about it. I would like to repeat my question once again, because we all forgot what we discussed, and focus on the problem, absence of understanding of people on different sides of the front line. Where does it come? It just came now, that lack of understanding, negative attitude of people to occupation. And what to do with that globally? Because point by point, as Lisa said before, those points, this can be some particular small communication. And if to speak broadly about the country in general. First, I have to say that we have 3 different cases and 3 different macro regions with different lines of division. Lugansk, Donetsk Republic, newly occupied, and Crimea. And those gaps are different in every particular case. If in Donetsk, really the fumes, but in Crimea it is the same, but with Crimea it's easier to talk compared to Alchevsk or city of Donetsk. With Skadovsk and Genishevsk we can talk easily, I can assure you, the same as with Berdyansk and Melitopol. There must be 3 recipes rather than 1. And the most difficult case is Lugansk, Donetsk republics. I cannot advise anything because I'm not specialist. As for the south of Ukraine, because we work with south, Crimea, Zaporizhia, Kherson Oblast, there are also gaps, no doubt. People of Kherson who have left the occupation are facing the question in Ivano-Frankivsk, was Kherson liberated or whether Kherson was ever occupied. The first thing, globally, we need to invest, I will say this word once again, we need to invest the resources that the country will know more about itself, to have the feeling of the family, like lyrics, yeah, 2014, unified country. If we don't feel that we are together, we cannot overcome. If we don't feel that we are unified, that this also belongs to us. For many, just after the year 2022, as I felt that the feeling of territory, a loss of some city or district or village, like a loss of part of themselves. And what is necessary for that? Again, school is needed, the understanding of people that this belongs to us. It must be cultivated. If to speak globally, with global approach, only such understanding will create then pressure on politicians. We will not forget that this belongs to us and our people are living there. Thank you. We still have 10 minutes before the end of the conversation. I would like to ask, maybe anyone has questions in the room? Could you please give the mic?
В мене не питання, але я вперше на
I don't really have a question. I'm for the first time on this forum. I apologize. My name is Vera Pasnichenko. I'm from Khmelnytsky. I'm a poet, member of the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. I listened to Yelizaveta Goncharova today, and I liked every word, every letter. However, I understood that in addition to media people and journalists, that problem will not be solved by anyone. And I would like to refer to you with my brief poem. Each forum is one step up. The purpose is to support and to help, because journalist is the one who loves truth and he looks for it in the life. This is your niche of truth. This was defined by destiny for you to find and always to help people, because who can do it if not we, not ourselves? I wish you good and happiness and peace and freedom. To you, for what you're doing is not just a profession. This is an essence of each of you. You are magicians.
Дякую вам. Дуже неочікувано.
Thank you very much indeed. It's quite unexpected. This is a gift. There was question and here.
Добрий день, Валентина Твердохліб, медіа Бахмут.
Good afternoon, Valentina Tverdokhlyb, Media Bakhmut in UI. I would like to share my experience, give the feedback. Recently, I had the interview with a boy who is 25, and he went from occupied Donetsk. For 11 years, he was in the occupation. We spoke about propaganda, how the brains are washed to people, what are the attitudes of people. And I asked him, why did you decide to go to Ukraine? How didn't you follow the propaganda? And he said that the big role was played by regional media. Because he said, I did not have any thoughts rather than going to Ukraine, because for 11 years I live in Ukrainian media space. And he said that we know about your media and the media news of Donbas. There is active youth which continues reading Ukrainian media, the regional ones, Donetsk media, the local ones, and therefore it's important. And also I agree with Elizabeth, who says that we need to highlight such positive examples, because he said that all that propaganda is based on having things bad in Ukraine. Nothing is recovered in Ukraine. And he said, when I went to Bucha and Irpin, I was surprised by reconstruction and recovery. I read in Ukrainian media about it. However, I did not think what a large scale it is. For example, Russians are telling that they have rebuilt Mariupol. Everything is just fine, everything is luxury, everything is recovered. Actually, they have recovered three blocks only. In Ukrainian media, there is lack of such information. How they have rebuilt Bucha, how they rebuilt Irpin, how they rebuilt Kharkiv. I agree with Elizabeth that such positive examples must be quoted. And the last, I also believe that we need to work with people, because he came today, he studied for the university, and among his mates there are statements, why did not you leave the place? Such people are considered enemy. During verifications of security service and bodyguards contacting the embassies, civic organizations, there was no such tragedy. Like today, there is tragedy in society among the ordinary civilians. Therefore, I believe it's necessary to work in such directions.
Ні, отут була рука, тут по черзі. Ага.
Був заклик ставити питання, ніхто питань не ставить.
There was a call to ask questions, and nobody asks questions. Everybody speaks of himself.
Я не журналістка, я
I'm not a journalist. I work for the organization the same as Елизавета, a director of this organization. And I think if I were a journalist and I were asked what to talk about with temporary occupied territory, it's a big challenge. The point is that nice videos about Ukraine is wonderful. However, I would be careful about such wonderful videos. We have some statements of a boy who went to from temporary occupied territory. He missed 3 days to be registered by the military recruitment, and he received the fine. So he was breaking through millions of checkpoints. So can I tell everything could be good because she was selling telephone cards? I cannot tell 100%. Sure, I cannot be 100% sure if she will not be held liable for something. What I'm talking about.
Я б однозначно на це питання
Obviously,
про що говорити. Говорити те, що
I
точно
would
є, які гарантії є.
provide precise information. What are the guarantees and how will you support you? Maybe this is not that bright, but this is the truth, which is real. Also, I'm talking about the form. This can be in the form of rep.
Як би нам не хотілося, сказати щось і десь перебільшити.
Whatever we would like to exaggerate,
Якщо ви не впевнені на 100%,
unless you are sure 100%
що це буде саме так,
that this is like this, it's better not to write about it. Please be very careful.
скажімо так, щодо тут недосконало.
The legislation about temporary occupied territory is imperfect.
Адвокатувати законодавство і
Also advocacy for the legislation, and also one should be more careful when we talk to people from occupied territory, because everything information must be precise. Indeed, any information which is not true makes people angry.
Тому я й казала, тільки правда.
Therefore I say only truth.
Брехню неможливо ще там було побороти більшою брехнею.
We cannot fight lies with bigger lies.
У нас 3 хвилини. 3 хвилини.
We still have 3 minutes.
Дякую дуже. Доброго дня.
Thank you much indeed. Anna Masnichuk, the journalist of BBC. Now, we have been investigating militarization of Ukrainian children in occupation. I have 2 questions. The first question is like that. We found out such a thing which was new to us. For the participation of Ukrainian children in occupation and militarization in different militarized movements, patriotic ones, children receive particular social benefits. And this is not just joining military colleges of Russian Federation, it's also better nutrition in schools, better gifts for holidays, and other social benefits. And it looks that for parents this could be the way for survival, it's occupation partially. For quite many families it's hard to live, and they adjust to the situation. Maybe our panelists know more about it, because there is an open question whether it's an important factor, what else is known. And we have identified individual facts, the benefits for participation in the militarization of the young people. The second question is like that. We looked how militarization happens from 2019 in the Lugansk People's Republic. But the generation has grown of boys and girls. Very soon they become of full age, who underwent the full cycle of total militarization, indoctrination. There is such a powerful system, a multi-component system, that for children there are few chances to preserve identity. They fully erase the identity of children. And very soon they become of full age, and there is a very high risk that quite many of them, of those children, and soon they become adults, become the soldiers of Russian army. To your mind, how to solve the matter of reintegration of these Ukrainians? Is it possible to solve this matter? And how to talk to them?
Давайте я почну з першого вашого питання щодо
Let me start with the first question about militarization
різних бонусів за участю
and different bonuses for participation of Ukrainian children. The problem is that this is not just something better. And here you will not receive anything, and yet you will be militarized. This is the situation that this militarization goes through, writing the essays, what would you like to write to the Russian soldier, and also lessons. Lessons about important things. And all that, one cannot refuse from it.
якщо тобі якусь
even
плюшку дадуть,
if they give you some
воно
benefits,
нічого і не змінює, тому що
it
ти
will not
все
change
одно
anything
мусиш, все
because
одно
anyway
будеш.
you have to, and
Інша
you
справа,
will.
що є дійсно
Another
там
thing
більш
that indeed
воєнізовані такі
there are more
дитячі
militarized
загони типу
children's
юнармії,
units
і
like
ось це,
youth
ось
army,
це страшніше.
and
Те,
this
що
is more
вони зробили.
terrible
Друге питання, я
that
навіть
they
не знаю,
exist.
як
I
відповідати, але
don't
це
know how
дуже
to
важке
answer the second
питання.
question because it's very hard.
Трошки коротше на друге питання.
I can answer shorter to this question. The children who have grown up in the occupation of from 2014 are already fighting. Moreover, quite many of them have died in the year 2022 in the Donetsk direction. And this is a reality that we cannot counter by no means, except for the occupation or evacuation of children. Regretfully, this topic is painful, yet we have no time.
Можна одне додати, але ви ж
У нас є ще 3 хвилинки, давайте.
We still have 3 minutes.
Ви ж представляєте BBC, наскільки я почув, так?
You represent BBC, the way I hear it.
Надзвичайно важливо постійно.
And I believe that it's important to remind all the audiences
люди просто розуміли склад
that people understand the composition of that crime against childhood and clearly understand the methods carried out by our enemy country in regard to the children.
Ми можемо
So this is how we can work with this problem. And actually, I also don't have an answer, as this is the most fearful thing which Russia makes in its best tradition, to make to revert those whom they capture and send to the war against their compatriots. Summarizing in one sentence what we discussed in 1.5 hours, what to do, what shall we talk about with people on the occupied territories? First, we need to develop the public policy. I hope it will appear. Secondly, we need to develop within that policy more than one, at least 3 scenarios for different territories because there are different situations. And thirdly, we need to use maximum channels of communication, including from their family, person to family, person to person, this most efficient channel to communicate with occupied territories. The next thing, we don't have to tell lies, even in smaller things, that this will undermine trust, and we need to call people back from occupation, pull them out. I would like to thank all the panelists. I would like to thank for your position, your ideas, and with great hope that we shall be heard a bit wider than this forum. Thank you. Shall we applause? Applause for all speakers. And this is the last platform. Thank you much indeed. And also family photo of your platform. Please stay for a few minutes in the room for closure, ceremony of the closure. Chairman of the organizing committee, Donbas Media Forum, will talk. Please stay. I would like to thank everyone who for 3 days or just today have joined the discussion. Thank you much indeed who gave questions. This was wonderful. It was good to hear your opinion. I would like to remind you, because I saw in the hands of many of you the books you have chosen for yourselves, and to remind that still with us there is our partner Укрпошта, and you can still use this opportunity to send the good impressions after 3 days of the forum back home. Not necessary to take with you, and also we shall buy leaflets about the cities who are in the occupation. This is thanks to our partner Ukrainian Mail. Dear friends, the official ceremony of closure today. At this moment, I would like to invite to the stage Lyubov Rakovitsa, head of the civic organization DII-Ukraine, and the organizing committee of Donbas Media Forum. Shall we meet Lyubov on this stage?
Ну, добре. Добре, можливо, зараз у вас є... Вже йде пані Любов, да?
She's already coming.
Добре, ще раз оплесками. Давайте зустрінемо.
One more time, a round of applause.
Пані Любов. Ну, гучніше. Я розумію, третій
To
день,
Madam
сил вже
Luba. I know
немає.
it's third day. Please, let's clap louder.
А можна трошки прибрати світло? О, дякую. А
Make
ще
the
трошки.
lights go down a bit.
Важкувато, да? Так нормально?
Да, я так розумію, що це не дуже зручно буде тим, хто нас знімає.
Yes, I understand that it's not going to be very convenient for those who are filming us, but I guess they will fix it.
Не відраховується, значить, що ми
And you
закінчили.
see, there's no countdown of the timer. I guess we have finished the forum.
Ми це зробили.
We did it.
Дякую всім.
Thank you, everyone.
Це був ювілейний форум, він дійсно
So this was
сповнений
the
символізмом.
anniversary forum was filled with symbols. We were in the museum of the history of the Second World War, and we are thankful to this space for the hospitality. This was very symbolical for us, and there's an exhibition here of our Russian-Ukrainian war, which was very symbolical.
Адже, ну, і, звичайно, наше, те, про що
And
ми
of
говорили
course,
ці 2 дні,
things that we spoke about during these 2 days, it was about resilience, about the support point for each other, about new senses, new ideas, and our future.
Адже протистояти свободі слова і
Since
брехні
to
треба, підсилюючи свободу
counteract the...
слова. Вибачте, коротше, не буду нічого читати, вибачте.
Okay, I will not read. Sorry.
Дякую всім вам, і я хочу сказати,
Thank
що
you,
цей
all
форум
of you.
дійсно став
And I
рекордним.
should say this forum has become the record. I'm very tired,
Але
but
ми вже маємо кількість наших
we
учасників. Це був
already have
рекордний
the number of our participants. It was a record, 1,236, according to the electronic registration.
Це майже в 2 рази більше, ніж минулого
It's almost
року.
twice more than the
У нас
year
було
before.
75 дискусій,
We had 75 discussions and
Це
workshops.
набагато більше, ніж
It's a lot more than ever
Було
before.
12
We had
кінопоказів, і навіть один ще
12
і там ще є люди.
films, and one is still ongoing. There are people there, and that's about it
Було
being so
9
important.
виставок, і
We had
88
9
партнерів.
exhibitions, 88
І ми їм дуже
partners,
вдячні за
and we
можливість
are very
організувати
grateful to
форум
them for the
Варшава.
possibility to organize the forum of this scale.
Звісно, це все не могло
Clearly that
пройти без
all of this would not be
серйозних
possible
зусиль
without
нашого оргкомітету.
very serious efforts of our organizational committee.
Без волонтерів.
Without volunteers.
Я не бачила, приходьте на сцені. Без учасників, які були дуже
Without
активними, задавали
participants who
багато
were so
питань,
active, who asked many
провокативних,
questions,
дуже
provocative
цікавих, і
questions,
просто,
and very
я
interesting
думаю, ви відкрили
questions. And
бульбашки
I
один
think
для
you
одного.
have
Бульбашки
managed
просто
to
для
open up
наших
the bubbles
спікерів і
for
наших
each other and
учасників.
for
Це
our
класно.
speakers and
Наш
our
форум перейшов
participants.
під
This was
знаком
great. This forum
перепилення бульбашок.
was
І це
also
нас
under the
зробили.
motto of opening up the bubbles, and we did it.
Ми зробили цей національний форум з регіональним
We
серцем.
did this
Це
national
Donbas
forum with the regional
Це
heart. This is
форум,
Donbas
де
Media
говорили
Forum.
на
This is the
національному
forum
рівні
where
про окуповані
we talked on the
території.
national level about the occupied
Форум, де говорили
territories.
на
The
національному
forum
рівні
where
про
we spoke on the
регіональні
national level about regional
і де
media,
регіональні
and
журналісти,
where the
ви
regional journalists, you,
говорили з
spoke
тими, з ким ви, на жаль, да. Ми вам організували можливість спілкуватися, нам так само спілкуватися.
We arranged the possibility for you to communicate in the circle where there isn't always an opportunity to communicate, both with donors and the officials and the journalists of the national mass media. So thank you so much. Thank you for staying with us.
Ну, і ви знаєте, я прочитаю просто останню фразу.
I will just read the last phrase here. See you at the DMF 2026.
Ну, і дуже дякую нашим партнерам.
And I would like to thank our partners, the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications, together with whom we have arranged this, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs who have supported us, the Ministry for Digital Transformation, the governments and countries and organizations of other countries, the EU delegation to Ukraine, the Embassy of Germany, Czech Republic, UNESCO, OECD, the government of Japan, and many, many partners. You saw them all on the banners, you're all there.
Це любов! Обняла, бігом.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Ведучий, можна?